Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to our, well now our Corrupted Cyber universe here. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see if we can do the freehand, put this dragon back here. We'll probably have like the eyes end up out there. We'll see what happens with all the folds in the middle. And again, we'll do the same kind of bluish armor. There's going to be more of the object source lighting, well, coming from the sword. I mean, that kind of goes without saying right there. We're going to start out with some of our lighter dry brushy stuff here. And again, face is going to be about the same sort of, say, that nice darkish skin tone right there. The glowing eyes going to do all that, Blades. Nice to see you again, too, there, Ultfax. Appreciate you guys being here again. Yeah, Blades, that's one of just so many different overlays. And of course, well, now, oops, wait a minute. Let me not do that. Let me just get this thing out of the way here. We also have, whoops, that's the wrong book. I want this book, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we were talking about the RPG stuff. Well, now there's an RPG. And there's pages and pages of it already. Yes, indeed. So great to see you there, Blades. Well, hex paint, well, hopefully not just like a hairdryer or something like that. Maybe like, well, even a dehumidifier is not really, because oil paints, they don't really dry by evaporation, so, well, that'll be interesting there. Heck, you'll have to let me know how that works. You'll have to let me know how that works. Definitely keep me informed. So, Old Facts, it's great to see you there. Again, I hope that you are doing well. We're going to take our floral orange and this yellow right here. And we're just gonna get the party started here. Now that's fantastic there, X Paint. That's as they say in at Cafe Rene in the town of Nouvion, that is good nose. That's fantastic, Hex Paint. So Blades, I I have a whole big thing, huge surprise, right? I got a whole big thing ready for tomorrow. Nice. Thanks, Armor. Sorry about the delay. Armor Wolf, I was just about to start, and I went, wait a minute. I have to do my meshy thing to get all the extra credits and stuff. So, and of course, the computer decided it was going to be super slow. Now, I would just do it on this one, except for whatever reason, when I do that, it crashes Streamlabs, which would be, well, somewhat troublesome trying to start up a stream, right? If yeah, if it zonks Streamlabs there. So yeah, that's sorry about that. Nice to see you there, Sledge. Again, appreciate everybody being here. Let's get a little too much lead there. Let me back off of that a little. Let me try this here. Let me try that here, okay? Then we're going to do all kinds of glazy stuff here. Because, you know, reasons. So again, this is our corrupted version of Lancelot. There is your regular version right there. And of course, you know, he's already got the dragon motif on him. Now you do the corrupted portion. Where's our... Oh, he's over here now. So again, we're going to try and put something like this on this right here. Nice to see you there, Mutu. Nice to see you there, Landris. Now, of course, for whatever reason, I don't know what happened here with the stupid printer, but these actually do print out in FDM. And the nice thing is that, oh, look at that. Yes. And there's 3 different sizes. That's the 90. This is the 60, and then there's a 30. So, yeah. Nice to see you there, Horns fan. So, Horns fan, what was the deal with this was like the other day. Wimby had some kind of issue with the T-Wolves on social media or something like that. He was on about something. So no Hex, no stuff in the dry brush. It is just the paint. That is it. No thinners, nothing like that. A little more down here. So yeah, there was some kind of thing with Wemby and the T-Wolves. I don't know what it was, but there was some kind of a kerfuffle there or whatever. Again, I don't know what it was, but there was something that happened. And of course, it's kind of hard because obviously Wemby's first language not exactly English, so you have like a social media battle in broken English there, Horns fan. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's what it was about. All right. Yeah, that's what it was about there. All right, and again, we cover all of this, right? Everything sports on the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. So we've got all of our dry brushy stuff in place there, Hex. Now we're gonna start to do the some of the glorious. Let me maybe grab this one right here. And again, now we've got ourselves fabulous. And again, the starship name goes there, the faction name goes there. Obviously, we paint our spacescape in there. And what I'm going to do, instead of basically bullying a hole in the ship, I'm just going to take this. I'm going to take this mechanism here and stick that on the undersides of the ships. And then that way, and you can see that's obviously once you do some glue there, it's going to stay. I didn't want to make it too tight because, well, the FDM printing, things can change. So great to see you there, Camja. Oh, that's fantastic. Horns fan, well, eventually, Horns fan, if you want to start sharing some of that stuff in the chat, once you get that ready to rock and roll, please feel like you can do that. So great to see you there, Camja. Great to see you. So Camda, that's not actually all the stuff that I sent you there. And those are just sketches. That's literally all that is just sketches, and rough stuff. But it's very much like we were talking about last night, right? Where and of course the idea is to use as much of, the existing board game as possible, which means basically using the tiles instead of necessarily creating like separate maps. Because once you create that map, okay, what was that? There was that Faerun or something like that. You're kind of stuck with that map. Whereas here, what if you just use the map that you created in your last board game? Something along those lines. And now we're going to start. You know what? I'm going to do this here. This could be very handy. I don't usually do that, but yeah, it's going to be handy right here. Yes, indeed. So here is the bust. And the armor is going to be done the same way with the kind of that bluish tinge. There's a little bit of violet in there. And then we'll try to get as much of that dragon as we can on his cloak too. We'll see how that works out. Working like so. So, Hex, I'm glad that worked out. That device there. Glad that worked out for you. And again, here, let's get a little bit of that up in here. This is just kind of the opening rounds here, the opening salvos of our glazy stuff here. Then we're gonna start to get more. I might even throw out the Perline Red too. We already have Perline Crimson out here. I might throw out the Perline Red. Here we are. So yeah, Blades, I wasn't familiar with that particular drug there, so I'm not quite sure what effect that might have. Tried to do some research on that. Now, anything else that I find out for you there, Blades, I'll shoot you a message, I'll let you know. So you can kind of see, right, that's it's already starting to pick up some glowiness there, and that will just kind of continue once we start to get the darker reds in here too. So yeah, Camda, that's we used to use that all the time. There's actually that's in a couple of the videos. Actually, I think it's in one of the very first color theory and oils videos there, Camda. I believe it's in one of the very first color theory and oils. Sort of an alternative to like an alizarin crimson. Let me see if I can find that for you. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I used to use this all the time. And actually, I'm going to put this out. I'm just going to leave it over here. There's a bit of a reminder there, Cam, just so we can play around with it. And that's only a Series 3, by the way, Camda. Yeah, that just in case you were wondering. Yeah, just in case you were wondering, that is not a Series 6 or 7 or anything like that. Now, I had thought about throwing some of my basing bits on this here, and I thought, no, let's just leave the base be this way, kind of again, the kind of the broken stone, that sort of thing. Now, Hornsfin, I don't know if did you get a chance to see the end of our fabulous Cybertheria landscape there? I don't think so. And again, we're going to be painting a version of this, like what you see down there. So it's almost kind of looking a bit more like Mordor. The personification of Don't Blink, right, Camda? I'm gonna. All right, here. Let me throw this out. It is more of a translucent type of color. It's kind of halfway in between, say, something like a Fanchon Red and a Pearline Crimson. So now this going to have some more of the red in it here. As we move away from the initial glow, now things start to become more of a, again, of a reddish or radish, either way. Throw a little bit more of that red in here. Also on that side too. Start to get some of our red down here. And that's just going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. Oils are the original watercolors, right, Camda? They are definitely the original watercolors. I mean, this pretty much proves it. If the landscape didn't, this here does. More of our red down over here. Over here. Perhaps a bit of that up here as well. Maybe a touch more there. And let's get some of this down here. Maybe a little bit on the other side too. Yeah, all right. There's a little something there. Okay, now we leave that all alone. Let's do the non-source lady stuff here, and it's gonna grab me whatever big old something here. I need to get me some more of my indigo, or Payne's indigo. That's the Williamsburg stuff right there. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, that's better. Because I know I'm going to need a bunch of that. Now remember, this is what we did with the cloak on the other one, and that's set relatively quickly. More of my thinner. Maybe steel. Okay, that might have been a little bit more of the umber than I wanted, but whatevers. Don't care. Not that big a deal. I ain't gonna sweat nothing. Perhaps a little more of that. Now it gets, this is less glaze. You can see, look at that. See how it's not super glazy anymore? Also, too, since there's no dry brushy stuff on here, I don't have to worry about wiping any of that lighter dry brush away. I can just do this. See, I'm just taking the glazy stuff that's there and I'm just pushing it down. Remember, we want as little stuff on here as possible so that we can get to that freehand as soon as possible. Let me get into this. Now there's a pin line washer. Look at that. Yeah, that just snuck into pin line wash territory. And we go here, maybe a little of the purling crimson starts to creep in there. Like this. Also in here, and then back in here. We're just going to be shoving this stuff here. Just cranking that stuff in there. Don't care. This is highly detailed brushwork. You don't just get this anywhere, right, Landrast? So Landrast is M. Telly's and the lads there with you. Again, just going to shove this baby in here. I'm just going to use some more thinner just to make sure that that all gets flowed in there. Just again, trying to get this darker stuff in here. Quicker that happens, quicker we get to our source light effect happening. Fine, I'm just going to use some of you up there. Don't blink, because it's going to happen fast. Let that all kind of mixy together there. You can see, look at this. It already doesn't have as much shine to it. It's already starting to set. Why? Because we have as little paint as possible. And by as little as possible, I mean like closer to none than some. Let me get some of the paint out of this here. Where's... I think this is the one we were using. Yeah. Don't want to forget that bit there. Let me get some of this here red. Darken you down there too. So again, it happens quick. Don't blink. 19 minutes? Yeah, we're 19 minutes so far. That is how long we have spent. So the Pearline Crimson, yeah, Camden, it's definitely not an opaque color. It is nowhere near opaque. It's also not super dark. It's kind of, again, kind of a halfway sort of thing, and it's on the warmer side too. Again, that's another reason why I thought that might not be the worst thing to have for, well, what it is that we're doing here. Not the worst thing ever. Now you can see we're starting to sneak in some of the deeper reds here. Letting that mix with, I mean, look at this. The pinline wash is starting to creep its way around. Why not use it? Why not just go ahead and say, all right, fine, you're going to do that. I'm just going to use that. Maybe a little bit darker there. So again, just trying to establish all of this as quickly as possible. No fooling around. No fooling around, just getting down to business right away. Is nice. There we go. Maybe throw a little bit of my red there. And so looky here, right? The sooner this gets set, the sooner I can start doing some of the dry brushy stuff into that. And now we can actually start to think about, here, we'll grab you. Some of you, maybe? Now, let me use one of these guys. Let me use one of these. I'm going to get that yellow in there. Maybe a little bit of this yellow. So Cam, I don't know if you had a chance to share stuff. Same thing there, Blades. If you guys wants to share some stuff, please go ahead. I'm going to start getting our white there, and also some glowy down there. Yeah, let's do the same deal on this side. Come on. There we are. Now I'm going to go with this yellow. Just let it mix with whatever is there. Don't care. So we're trying to set a speed record here, I guess, for fastest object source light establishment. Nice to see you there, Judge Dredd. So a happy, well, and still a happy Saturday here for a while. And again, everybody, please give Candy Paint a follow. Please give Blades81 a follow. Where's my Indian yellow? There we go. Let's have, okay, I'm going to just a little bit of thinner in there. Now we're talking, okay. Now we are talking, and then over here, going to start to think about, well, I guess too early yet. Yep, too early on those. We'll have to wait on those a bit. That's all right. And all of the lighter stuff, that whatever that the color that you saw in here was not primer. That was just those Liquitex spray cans. They are not spray paint. That's just basically acrylic paint in a spray can. That's a big difference because that stuff also happens to be foam safe, so you can use it on your foam terrain. We already did that test. Yeah, Judge Dredd, again, now the Alizarin Crimson is super, it's kind of a weaker color, that's for sure. It is on the darker side, but, you know, you mixed it with, say, a Van Dyke Brown, either of Williamsburg or Gamblin Persuasion there. That could darken that up pretty well. Everybody check out what Sledge just posted there. That Insta, yep, it's an Instagram link there. Everybody check out what Sledgehammer just posted. Of course, Judge Dredd, you want us to post stuff too? Please go ahead, do that. So again, we're gonna start to pull out some of this stuff, and then look at this. It gets less and less shiny. That means we can do our kind of more dry brushy stuff over there. Then by the time we're done with that, hopefully we can do even more of our lighter, more opaque stuff over here. Let me try to, yeah. We want to catch a little bit of these edges here. I'm just literally using these 2 fingers on this here brush. That's it. That's all. I need to get a little bit of the orange over there too, and a teensy bit there. Sorry I didn't have that. I was going to include the animation of them, the round table or the turntable animation. Sorry, there just was not enough time for that. Too many other things going on. Where's my? Ah, here it is. Now this not really going to be a pin line wash at all. There's a little bit of thinner in there, just because there is. I'm just trying to shoot me, not just darker stuff. That's got a lot of the blue in it, so it's got a lot of the Payne's gray-ish, again, that indigo type of thing happening there. Because it's not just a value thing, right? It's also got to be a color thing. So we got some dragon scale here too on his arm. We'll see if we can make sure that you can kind of see that too. It's not like the most obvious thing ever. I didn't necessarily want it to be quite that obvious. Like, look at, he has almost like dragon skin armor or something like that. I didn't want it to be quite that, like up here. Yeah, let me put some of that here too. Now, or again, that's a little bit of the Mars black slash coal black mixed with our Payne's gray. Just trying to really drop in stuff that is quite dark here, but also get on the cooler side because it's not being directly influenced by that, is it? It's the opposite. Pearling crimson. Kind of doing the same thing on this side that we did on the other side, but now just with a really dark red. Starting to claim some edges here, create some shadow things, like you do. Again, we're utilizing where some of that, some of the glazy stuff snuck over there. Yeah, that should be up here too. Gotta get some down in there. So Horns fan, I'm not sure if you saw the schedule there. There is quite a bit of debate about, okay, did teams get punished or whatever? There's a game in Australia, so there's 9 international games, including one in Australia. So Camden, I'm guessing either the MCG or the SCG is going to be hosting an NFL game. My guess is that it would be after, finals footy there. And what's crazy there, Sledge, is that that's not. It's not like Jacksonville and Miami week after week or something like that. That's there's some heavy hitting games. I think it's actually San Francisco and the Rams that have that game in Melbourne. Oh, so it's gonna be at the MCG. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's in Melbourne. So yeah, it'll be at the well, at the G. Yeah, Horns fan. It was really weird because, well, he was in Pittsburgh, yet they didn't know where he was. Then there was it was like everybody was convinced that I was almost said Max Crosby, but T.J. Watt was going to get moved, and they're like, well, wait a minute, if they're keeping him and moving T.J. Watt. And of course, Horns fan, it's going to be very interesting because, well, there's a little bit of a history with the head coach and the quarterback there. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Technically, Valfera, you could say I was about 9 minutes late just because of the stupid computer. And it wasn't this one necessarily. Well, it's partially this one. The task that I wanted to do on here, well, whenever I seem to try and do that task on here, it crashes Streamlabs. So, needless to say, we did not do that task here. So yeah, Horns fan, I do not believe that's a match made in heaven. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out. So great to see you there, Valfera. And again, it didn't take long to establish this now, did it? We're 31 minutes in. Yes, indeed. 31 minutes into this. Oh, look at this. We can just almost start to do... You know, I think I can get away with some of that. I think I can get away with some of that. Let me just... I thought so. Let's do this. No, we'll go with their back because we want this to be a warmer gray. Remember, a warmer gray. Let's do this here. Now, there's some parts of this where see, that's still a little bit wet there, so that's going to mix together. That's fine. Remember, we don't want a ton of paint over here. If we're going to be doing freehand on top of this, first of all, why are we going to do all kinds of super fancy lights and darks when a lot of them are going to just be in the way, like literally in the way of the freehand? I've been shocked by those Camden. I mean, I literally find myself just kind of using those. That is not how I expected that to go down, for sure. I did not expect that. And now you can see we're going to start getting some of our non-source light colors in here. Here, let me steal a little bit of that and bring that over here. There we go. You can see I stole a little bit of the glazy stuff that was sitting there. They die very quickly, right, Camda? They die super fast, but I mean they are literally pennies on it. I know we say that about some of the other brushes. These are quite literally pennies on the dollar. I think it's what, 50 of them for $9 or something. Alrighty. So you can see how this is starting to develop here. Much cooler colors over here on this side. And again, there is no thinner on this row. We got thinner on the figure already. We don't need to add any more. That's for sure. Also, too, this is not a super light color. That right there, not super light. We're just trying to work some of this in here. So Valfera, I try to get you some of the RPG stuff that I was working on. Again, they're just very simple sketches. But all the stuff that we were talking about the last couple of streams, where it's again, it's really more based on the board game, and also too, it's not You're not there doing treasure hunting. You're not there doing hack and slash or XP hoarding or anything like that. That is not what it's about. It again also too the I don't know if you want to say the option of, but you're essentially using things like the tiles instead of having like, okay, here's a map of whatever. You sort of make your own. Not exactly, but kind of in that neighborhood. Yeah, sorry about the voice. The voice is going to be very raggedy because, well, we did a whole extra stream, and that stream was 6.5 hours long. Plus, also trying to film videos. So we're probably going to need to access our medicine. So, okay, now that's kind of a neutral thing. Where is one of my smaller guys here? So, let's start working with our... Now, this is where things are going to get definitely much on the cooler side here. Again, there is no thinner on that brush. And by no thinner, I mean none. None whatsoever. Turn you around. And up here where the source lighting not gonna reach up there. This here, value 3, maybe, ish, something like that. Can't be much later than that. Look at this here. So now that starts to create. And you can see it's mixing with the darker glazy stuff we did though. So we've got cool colors there. We got warm colors over there. That's how this deal goes. Because that would be a nightmare to print there, Valfera. 6-sided dice, way easier to print out. 12-sided dice would be a nightmare. Because the reason for the 6-sided dice and the frame, because all the supports hit the frame. None of them hit the faces. If you had a 12-sided dice, way more supports. Also, I want to be able, it's a 12-sided dice does not have a curve. 2d6 has a curve. 3d6 has a curve. And that's why all of the games were based on that, Velfera. 2d6 curve, 3d6 curve. Because with a d12, every event, well, if the dice is true, right, Velfera, every event is just as likely as the next one. What I'm trying to do is have some events be more likely than others. Now, I will say, Velfera, with the RPG, it might be a little different for that, Velfera. They might not be a choice, but you wouldn't necessarily have to print out a bunch of them, right? But I'm more in favor of, again, 3d6 curves. Again, because I feel like you can control those results much better. Also, to it, I think it's much more interesting modifier-wise. Way more interesting. So Velfera, yeah, all of those sports strategy games that I did, the baseball game, the football game, the basketball game, hockey game, they're all based on the main charts, the big charts were all 3d6 curves. And then your secondary charts, let's say the baseball game, so the main pitching chart, the main hitting charts were all 3d6 curves. When you got down to, say, okay, it's a ground ball, where's it going? That's a 2d6 table. Then you start getting down into, fielding charts, hit and run tables, that sort of thing. Once you get down into that, again, that's all 2d6. Because what that let me do is, all right, let's say there's a guy on third, there's less than 2 outs, and you got a reasonably, maybe you got a power hitter up there. You are going to have him take basically a swing for the fences approach, because guess what? He wants to hit a fly ball that hopefully is going to be deep enough to score that runner from third. Now, of course, the outfield sets their defense pretty much appropriately to what you're thinking about doing. Let me see. Yeah, let's get a little bit of this light stuff over here. Once that has been set, then you are going to you roll 3d6 on the pitching table, and the better the pitcher is, the more he controls the table. So you could be working from a result right there on the pitching table. You could also again, the weaker the pitcher is, the more you go straight to the batting table. And the batting table is also a 3d6, and each of these tables has a rating of 1 through 5, 1 being the best, 5 being the worst. Now, let's say again, he's a power hitter. Well, he's already more likely to swing and miss just being a power hitter because of the uppercut swing. He's not taking a contact swing because he's swinging for the fences. Normally, a result of 10 is always a strikeout. And then results of, say, 12 are a fly ball, and results of something like an 11 would be a ground ball. Well, what you do is all of a sudden, results 9 and 11 become strikeouts, but all of the results that would normally be a ground ball, Villafira, those change into a fly ball. And of course, the modifier is you declared you were taking a swing for the fences approach, which means you are far more likely to have a deep enough fly ball to score that run. And that's the kind of stuff I want to be able to have in the RPG game. There we are. Even for the Starship game, Velfair, I was thinking of having the Starship game be 3d6 and 2d6 curve based, because guess what? Nobody else does that. And by nobody, I mean I don't think there's a single company in the universe that's ever done that.
Who enters my domain?
How's about we welcome in Virikur? How you doing there, Viri? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome back. I hope that you're doing well. Hopefully you had a super, super fun stream. We're just getting underway here. We're, 43 minutes in? Yeah. We are 43 minutes in on our fabulous corrupted version of Lancelot. Here we go. Here's where you hiding. There you are. So this is the bust version of Corrupted Lancelot. We painted him last night. A little bit of freehand on the back. We're going to do a similar thing on this cloak right here. So again, a little mechanical, dragony type stuff happening here again. Just a little quick freehand there on his cloak. And you can see we're trying to establish the same sort of cooler armor with the warm-ish sword right there. That's fantastic there, Veracure. Actually, Veracure, I just had my 6-year stream anniversary last month. I'm not kidding you. So here we go. We have a hype train. Veracure, please give Veracure a follow. Congratulations on 6 years of streaming there. Here is the non-cyber version of Lancelot. And again, you can see the dragon theme there on his cloak. So again, you can see even here the dragon theme and the power node right there. So again, this is the regular version of Lancelot. That is the corrupted version of Lancelot. Velfera, it accounts for everything. It accounts for temperature. It accounts for wind. It even accounts for astroturf versus natural grass. You set your defense, so you can set them to double play depth. You can do the shift. You can do all of that kind of stuff. There's also a random events table. We actually had Velfera in some of our games. We had rain delays. We had bench clearing brawls. We had managers being ejected. Yes, there's one of the random results is argue the call, and well, your manager gets ejected from the game. So Veracure, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Veracure a follow. That would be very, very nice. Please give Veracure a follow. I'm gonna go even more towards the violet here. There we are. So Velfra, that was that league where we drafted the 16 teams, and that was the game where we were talking about it at that little gathering just a couple of weeks ago, where they remembered almost getting into a fist fight over the pickoff table chart because he basically said, "Look, there is nothing in this table that makes it not worth it for me to just keep throwing that ball to third base just to see if I can pick him off there." And once we created a mechanic that could not be broken, he said, "All right," and that was it. But yes, they almost started fighting each other, like physically fighting over that chart. And all I had to do was mention it, Valfair. That was over 10 years ago. I just had to mention, hey, remember the pickoff table chart? That's all I had to say. And for the next half hour, they were talking about that. So again, we're trying to bring in a little bit more of the skin tone here. We're trying to, again, use all the stuff that we've already got established here. Right? Why reinvent that wheel when we got it right here? I can see we're going to have to throw some more of our weight out there. Gonna let some of that mix into there. There we go to get that. Again, we're trying to make kind of an interesting little skin tone here for all of our corrupted characters. And again, this is all for my Cyber Thuria universe, which has been very fun to develop. And of course, now there's basically an RPG for it. The reason why it's been pretty fast to develop as the game was originally meant to be an RPG. Then it kind of became a board game. So in some ways, the development's been going on all this time since the beginning. And since I'm trying to lock in as much of the board game mechanics into the role-playing game, that again, that we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just putting some hubcaps on it. We're putting different hubcaps on it. That's it. The wheel is the same. We're just putting different hubcaps on it. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Veracure just posted. Everybody please give Veracure a follow. That is the goal there, Velfair, because remember, years ago when we were doing this, one of the things we wanted to be able to do was sculpt, the baseball players so that we could paint those, our own uniform colors and everything else. And they actually reminded me, I forgot that I actually made out of Sculpey and painted player tiles, like hex. They were square. They were diamond shaped because the whole board and everything worked on basically squares/diamonds. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link there that Veracure just posted, and please give Veracure a follow. So yeah, doing the game design stuff. I've been doing that since I was 12, maybe 11. Just didn't have the tools then that I do now. Everything was done by hand. I think I might have sent you pictures of that baseball stadium that I sculpted, right, Valfira? I'm gonna go more to the orange here with this yellow. Yeah, there we are. So now we're gonna start waiting for this to set a little bit more. Now we can start to play in here because we don't see the shiny stuff anymore. We gotta let the face be. Do I want to zoom in? Let me see what happens when I zoom in. Yeah, let's do the zoom in. For now, we can always change that. Now, of course, like I been saying the last 3-4 streams, these are all brand new overlays. So everything is in a different spot, and not like a lot different spot, in a slightly different spot. So there will be times where I just kind of lose track of where I am. So you have for every team, and also, oh, you kept track of pitcher fatigue. And I don't mean just through a game, I meant through an entire series. So if you blew through your bullpen in game one of a 3-game series, well, guess what? You blew through your bullpen. Let's do some more of this here. And again, this is more of a dragon scale type of a stuff going on here. And we'll be going back into that with our darker stuff to draw those out even more. But we want to make sure that people can see what's going on with the eyes here too. Start to get a little bit more of the orange in there. Start to provide a little bit of glow. Down here. And so very good. Thanks again for the raid. Really hoping that the stream is fabulous. I'm going into here. Let's really start to get some deeper reds in there. I'm even here a little bit of the perline red with our indigo there. Yeah, actually, this is what I used to use, Cam, that before there was perline crimson, there was perline red, and I would combo that with, like either the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown if I wanted a really, really dark, warmer red, and then with the indigo if I wanted something more like a burgundy. But again, unlike, say, your perline crimson, it's not gonna have that like weird kind of semi-opacity to it. It's just translucent. You can see now down in his tootsies there, starting to get that dark to separate these panels here. I mean, are we even an hour in yet? No, we're not even an hour in. This right here is 52 minutes. Maybe I'll zoom back out. Now that we're kind of bouncing around here, we're not working on the face anymore. Nice to see you there, Majar. And Majar, you didn't get the chance to see. There's the bust version that we painted last night. Got a little bit of freehand on the back there too. And Majar, I think you've seen the Insta post, right, with Cyber Kathy and Jiro. There we, and I already have a new Wapilia Spellbrush figure there. So Majar, well actually Majar, I don't know if you have something that you maybe would want to post or something, but if you want to post something in the chat there, Majar, please go ahead. And again, this is not the darkest red that we can do. This is a darker red, but it's not the darkest red. So you get to see the more of these darks we start to put in here, the light's only going to get lighter. And we have not put anything in there that's white. But you can see now as we do this, right, all of the lights become that much lighter. Now, I think the bust last night, Majar, was I think it was a 5-hour stream. It was not originally intended to be a 5-hour stream. Just kind of worked out that way, right, Valfira? Here we are. So yeah, that's the other thing too, Valfira. If they're, we're talking about trying to utilize as much stuff from the board game as possible. So if they're printing out a bunch of dice, I don't want them to also have to print out, well, a bunch of other dice shapes. It's like if they're printing out a bunch of D6s, well, How's about we let him use those, but we use them in a different way, which would be the 3d6 curve. Actually, Valfira, I would have done that. I was very much thinking about doing it, except I needed the printer for these, right? Because we're printing out these for our starships. Because well, I was hoping to have a bunch of ships ready to go for Monday. And by a bunch of ships, I mean it could be like a whole fleet. It really depends on what happens with the printers if they cooperate. Because well, we've got that Saturn now, and it is larger. So I'm hoping that means that I can get that many more ships printed up that much faster. Oh, and of course, Majar, we did actual Flat Thursday. I mean, that's an honest to God Flat Thursday right there on our Crescent hot press illustration board there, Majar. Genuine, 100% Flat Thursday. And we're going to be doing more of those on subsequent Flat Thursdays. Now we're going to start doing, here, let me just grab some of you. Here, we're going to start putting some of the darker cracks and such in here. Like so. More of this. So Majar, that's, I don't know if you saw the tutorial video on the Patreon page where we were painting the backdrops, but that's one of two backdrops that I've already painted for the Cyber Arthurian stuff. Alright, you can see how that starts to, see how that's starting to take shape, take form. So Virakur, again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And everybody check out the Insta link there that Virakur posted. Please give Virakur a follow. That would be great too. Please go ahead and do that. And again, Virakur, I hope that everything's been going great there for you. I know it's been a little while. This is, again, all this is some of the, little bit of that Mars black and some of the Perline red. Not Perline crimson, Perline red. And then we'll have to let this set, right? And then we can come back with, again, more of our lighter stuff. All right, here, let me get rid of this. Get rid of you. And grab one of our fabulous One Happy Choice brushes. Now here we're actually taking the pure orange, mixing that with a little bit of the Perline red. Yeah, you can see we kind of went lighter, then we started to darken things down, then lighter again, now darken down again, and we started kind of in the middle, like we usually do. Work our way from the middle out. We're not starting super dark and then getting lighter. We are starting from the middle and working our way out. We need a little something, something there. A little something, something there. No. Just gonna get the. Oh, we got here. Let's get our asphaltum out there. We got asphaltum on the palette here. Well, let's get that out here too. There we are. Some of that in the hair. Virakur, that's well, Virakur, there was one, oh gosh, was this 20, this was like 2023, I think, Virakur, early 2023. Well, got something from Kathy, and then all I had in the house was like some Hall's cough drops. Everything else was gone. All she could find was the Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine, which works fabulous there, Vericure. There's only one problem. I didn't see the back of it. which said not only will this, may cause fatigue, on the back of it it said will cause extreme fatigue. And of course, guess what was in my glass? It was that stuff because it looked just like a gin and tonic there. So I didn't realize I roofied myself during the stream. That's not the best way to go. That was not the best move. So again, like we were saying, that's just a series 3. That's why we kind of call it the poor man's Pearline Crimson. But you can't be that poor, right, Valfer? Because it's still a series 3 Williamsburg. So you can just be a less rich man. I think even Tevier would have been satisfied with that, right, Valfera? Even if I were a less rich man, I think he still would have danced and sung to that. Here, let me get some more. Again, this is that Pearline Red, not Pearline Crimson, because again, that's got that little bit of warmth to it. So yeah, very true. I basically fell asleep on stream something like 4 times. Yeah, as I was, and now, again, the thing that still gets me to this day is nobody noticed. And I kept thinking, like, if I can stream in my sleep, what other tasks can I do in my sleep? I would be far more rested if I could do all these work sleep activities. Yeah, that'd be sincere. And again, now Valfer, I think we could. I think a film noir would not be too terrible right now. I think a film noir could be kind of interesting. I do declare. Let me get some of this. We'll take out that. There we go. Yeah, that's another knockout punch there too, right, Vericour? Yeah, that's nap time right there. Again, just gonna drop a little bit of the lighter skin tones right here, just a little something something there. Putting this in here. Velfir, I mean, well, remember the one we did on this? I mean, God, I swear, Velfir, we were like 15 minutes in when we already started doing film noirs on this one here. I don't, maybe it wasn't quite the case, but I think it was like, yeah, I think it was super early. Now, you can already see we got dingier colors, cooler colors here, and then these are super, super atomic, right, Mijar? I mean, these are going to get more atomic as we go along. Now, I'm going to hold them like a so. I mean, it's almost like there's no source lighting. It almost, now again, once we get the lighter stuff in here, then it's just going to look like regular light and dark. I mean, okay, that sort of looks glowy, but nah, really? Does this look different at all? Or like it's actually got any kind of glow to it? I don't think so. How's about we do this? Shazam. Look at that. Already, you got all these boiling hot, saturated color here. All that cooler, grayed down stuff over here. That's a thing. That is a thing. And of course, that is a thing that you can do on your phone. Yeah, you can do that. Take a picture of it, you kill the saturation and such, and blammo, you got yourself your own personal film noir. Look at that. Let's see. I think it was fired in the with chocolate covered raisins, Valfera. Yes, it was fueled by chocolate covered raisins. The inferno that forged that. Sadly, all I was able to get was like I think there's a 1 pound thing coming this way. We'll we'll have to access that sparingly until we can kind of get back to the full-size things of our chocolate-covered raisins there. So now we're getting a little bit of dark on the other side of that. I need a... Sure, we'll use you as a micro blending brush here. There you go. Now, once again, to try and encourage the, thinking of what our light stuff is as actual really, really light stuff. I'm gonna get me some thinner than that because that is the alkyd version of our fluoros there. That is not the, it's not the, oh, was it Marion Street version? So 1 hour 5 minutes ago, Lance here had Zippo paint on him. This has all happened in the last 1 hour 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Camden, I think I missed Cinco Trace twice last night. I've already missed Cinco Trace once on this stream, technically, Camden. Yeah, I already missed it once. Now, here, let me get some of that lighter stuff we were talking about over here. 1 sec. I'm just gonna treat myself to a new one of these here. Again, these are the One Happy Choice brushes here. And again, there's 50 of them, and I believe this is like $8 or $9. I might actually get me another package of these, believe it or not, because you do sort of tear through them kind of fast because, well, it's it's 50 of them for $9. Velfera, you remember the mishap when I took the, it was the Nestle morsels, and I tried turning that into, was it a magic shell? Yeah, I took that and I melted over ice cream. It melted very nicely. It looked fantastic. The problem is that once the ice cream cooled, those Hershey's morsels or whatever, the chocolate was harder than the bowl. And by bowl, I mean the ceramic bowl was easier to eat than the chocolate was. So that was another one of those, shall we say, failed experiments. For all you young players out there, that's not advisable. That is not an advisable approach. Just get the magic shell. You're better off just getting the magic shell. Don't take the Hershey's morsels and melt those over the ice cream. Yeah, because I mean, it worked. They stuck them in the microwave. They melted great. Poured very nicely over the ice cream, and then the ice cream froze it beyond solid. I think we tried taking a carbon-tipped spoon to it, Velfera. It did nothing. Yeah, a carbide-tipped spoon did nothing. Just bounced right off of it. So now that that's getting light, now you can start to see this side becomes more of a shadow side there. Now that was again one of those experiments that you don't hang up the results of that on the refrigerator in the lab there. That's not one to go down into the memory banks as a successful experiment. Now, Hex, if you wanted to talk about the device that you found there for kind of curing the oil paints there, that would be fabulous. We need to start getting again now some of our light. We built up the light, then we really built in the dark. Now we're kind of building some of the lighter middle tones back here. I shall retreat to our orange here. Some of that out there. Maybe we sneak a little. We get a little sneaky. Sneak some of that red down in there too, perhaps. To the orange again. And this is where we're using this as essentially as a micro filbert brush here. Love me micro filbert brushes there. Let that get mixed in there with some of our dark, because I think some of the armor plates might also be cast in a wee bit of light there. Finding a couple of our lights over here on this this stuff. I mean, it's really close to our source light. We haven't really done much there in the way of paint anyways. Let me get some of that over here. Now there. Lucky here. And then as this will set, right, when we, I think in a little bit we're going to start fooling around back there too, because at a certain point we got to let this stuff just have a chance to chill. And yes, I realize the irony of the word choice there. Let's let all our super fiery stuff have a chance to chill out for a second. Get me some more of this light out here. Because now these have set enough. See where I can. If I tried doing that about 10 minutes ago, that wouldn't have happened. It just would have, literally just would have bounced off of there. Oh, there was another thing. It was Kathy's dad and I. It was some kind of it was a no bake pie that they called for. I think it called for some kind of crushed up chocolate something. I don't remember what it was, but we said, "Oh, look at this! We got chocolate Cheerios," and we just smashed those things up, and we mixed them with whatever the mix was. And after that cooled, we were talking about that Roman concrete, yeah, with the pozzolon and all that kind of stuff in there. Yeah, this was more the original Roman concrete, because we're sitting there with basically a sawzall, and we could not cut ourselves a piece of that pie. And that was with a metal blade. Yeah, we broke like 3 metal blades of a sawzall trying to cut ourselves a piece of that pie. So if you want an interior glow there, Dread, yeah, you can start with the Indian yellow in there. And of course, if you have some nice, well, if you got the floor, I don't know if you have the fluoros, but if you got something like a floral orange, that you can almost sort of dry brush over the top of those once they've had a chance to set, because that's what's going to happen here in a bunch of places there, Judge. So yeah, you want that interior glow, right? And that's what you'll want to do, is kind of establish that. Because that's sort of what we did here, right? You see how we took this and we just sort of put that over the top of it, and it made this lighter by not, we didn't do anything making it lighter. It just started to look lighter. So that's definitely something I think you could do there, Judge Dredd. So yeah, that is another ill-advised thing. Yeah, when it calls for something, probably don't do what we did. We said, nah, we just got this stuff over here. Let's just use this. That did not work out in our flavor. Now, when we left it out to melt a little bit, it finally was, we could at least cut that into something. And actually, it did taste good. Again, it's just, it made Roman concrete seem like Nerf. Yeah, so it was, the original Pozzolon was actually Hershey No, sorry, chocolate chip flavored Cheerios. There you go. Or chocolate Cheerios, that's it. Yeah, the original Pozolon. Alright, so now we've again established some more of our director. We're going to get some more of our blue in there as well. So yeah, even Judge Dredd, you could even just almost throw Brilliant Yellow Pale on there first, and just kind of leave it set for a bit, and then maybe after that you chuck on some of the again the Indian Yellow comboed with the Floral Orange or something like that, and then you just kind of dry brush over the top of it. A real light application, right, like you do. Now these guys here also needs a glow as well, so we'll get that roll in there. We need more dark and there before we can start chucking in some more of our light there. Same deal here again. That's just going to try to take away some of the red there so that we can get some of our, and it'll be oh, it's time for periwinkle here, Camda. Yes, indeed, it is time for periwinkle. Not radiant periwinkle. And that's going to go on the armor here. Guess I need me more thinner there. Fine. Break it down some. There we go. Now it's a stick in there. And why this instead of a direct blue? Well, because it's almost a little bit of violet, right? We want some hints of our red there. But look, you can see that. Look at see that cooler color there. Cooler color. Very key. I shall do some of that over on this side now. There. A little bit of up here too. And on the top of these guys. Now let's see what we're going to do here. Let's start here. Let's leave that part be for a spell there. I'm just going to grab this so that I can have myself a little bit of a reference there. Hornspan, it might survive. It might have survived long enough to be like the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Yeah, all the other ones would be gone. This would have outlasted every single one. Hornspan, earthquakes, nuclear attacks. None of it was gonna. Wasn't gonna put a dent on this stuff. Hornspan, not even a dent. Yeah, now that I got myself a little bit of something to looks at, I'm gonna try. Let's see if we can get our dragon eyes. Maybe like this. Central spine there. Okay, we're going to push the eyes closer this way. That's going to come out from there, also from there. All we're trying to do here is just do a quick little map out of what would be possible, again, with the eyes here. There's that, the nostrils. Here. And here we can maybe even get some of the mouth there. Like that. Yeah, Hornspan, when we had to give him the recipe for that, Hornspan, when they were testing out some of those bunker busting munitions. Yes, we gave them the recipe for that so that they could replicate it and hone again those bunker busting munitions there on our super concrete there. Okay, so that's kind of the start there of our dragon. So now let's get the opposite end of here. This is the cooler stuff. Let me just start breaking this down. Whatevs, don't care. As long as it's not the orange, that's all that matters. I'm gonna try and get again, that's the little bit of the nose there. Going over the top of the eyes there. And this is exactly how the other one started out. I mean, it literally started out exactly this way. There's the jaw there. There's that. And now then, again, some of these that come out from the side here. Yeah, we'll connect that way. Or is that too... Here, let's make a little change on this here. It's certainly easy enough to make a change in the freehand with the oils, because well, we just did it. That took again just a few seconds right there. Since I got more room to maneuver with here, why don't we try doing a little something different on this? We actually, well, Velfira, that's like, oh yeah, the Iwasapi oatmeal. Yes, the Iwasapi oatmeal. We used that, well, first we would use it to like patch holes in the tent there, Velfira. The problem is that all the canvas would rot away, and of course the patch would still be there. So then we just started using it as concrete patching in the bathrooms there. Yeah, we realized that it was too strong for canvas and tents. We had to use it only for things like concrete, and again, that has long since survived our time at scout camp. They might even outlaw its use, because it's kind of like the flak towers, right? You can't destroy them. Yeah, you cannot destroy those. All right, let me see what happens here. Just grab. Fine, I'm just gonna use you to do this here. Let me see if we can make just a little something here again to jot down where our later stuff is going to be with the dragon's eyes here. I mean, again, this is super simple, nothing complex. Get the schnoz there. And then we need some, basically something like this here. You got your chompers and stuff. There. To the orange we go. Break that down some more. Still break it down some more. Well, now we got all that yellow in there, so now we have to break it down some more. Get all that extra junk out of there. Little did I know, Camden, that all those years we could have just used that to fix the cracks in the basement. We were sitting on a gold mine the entire time, right, Camda? We start to work in again some of the orange around some of these areas here. We don't want that to be too yellowish. Now that's got to carry out here a little. Over here. Same there. Gotta give him his some cheeks there. Actually, I can zoom in on this. Just realized, yes, we can zoom in. So we're gonna do a little, it's almost like rocket surgery, but with brushes here. We're just gonna take this crazy whatever here and just get rid of you. That's easier. More of that, like so. Also here. Something there, and here, we're just gonna continue our glow out onto some of the spiky bits here. Or maybe not. We'll see how that goes. Now we need to actually start to bring in some of our darker stuff. You know, I'm gonna stick with that pearline red. So yeah, that was not what I was quite thinking of using out here. Was the pearline red, but it's served a good purpose already. Let's do that over here. Get that separation. Then we'll do this. Okay, that is better. Start thinking again about some teeths here. Maybe try to get with the cloth here, right? That's gonna affect the shape of our dragon face, of course. Now let's start to work in some darker stuff here, because we got a bunch of mid-tones and maybe a couple lights. We need to start thinking about some darker stuff here. So I think now the face starts to emerge a little bit. We don't want to go too far with that right away. Yeah, we are 1.5 hours in here. And that's it. That is how long we've been working on this. Get the chompers in here. Let me see if I can do a little bit more of my orange out here. And then at a certain point, even here, we're just going to have to say, all right, that's it. We need to move on to something else. Which is, yeah, let's start to wander back over here to our... This is cloth up here. I'm going to take some of the umber, some of our black here. Maybe a touch of thinner. And that's going to go into our... some of the crevices there. We'll just let it mix here, as in like mix wet into wet here. Because now with the thinner in it, that kind of reactivates some of our paint here just a bit. Darker, darker, darker. You can see kind of how that's starting to play out a little bit. How's about we take some of that blue that goes into here before we start to maybe get some of our lighter blue back out onto the armor stuff out here. Nice to see you there, Conrads, joining the 115 club. There you go, Conrads. So, appreciate the being here, You can do that. So again, great to see you. Alright, now maybe we have to leave that alone for a bit. Now let us go back over here. Where'd that brush go? So Cone Reds, we actually did break out the Perline Red. Not Perline, well, we have Perline Crimson out there too, but right now, actually, we have a Perline Red mix. Using some Perline Red. Around that we go. Going to try to establish again that kind of dragon scale texture here on the armor. There. More of our dark back here. So let me take some of this. That was, we were using that as a light somewhere else. You can see clearly that is not terribly light. It's over here, it's a dark. It actually is a dark there. Now let me, okay, we are zoomed in. I think I want to get some stuff happening here on the face. Oh, that's right. I need to get some of my white back out here. We're going to need that. Of course, we'll also have to make sure we get all the cyber stuff too on his face, like we did on the other one. I don't want to get too much of the reflected light on his jaw and chin here, because a lot of that essentially becomes the cybernetic stuff anyways. Trying to get a little bit of light in the mustache and the kind of the goatee thing here. Nice to see you back there, Paradigm. He's hoping that Saturday was super fun for you. He's hoping Saturday was super fun for everybody, of course. He's hoping maybe folks got a chance to play some games, paint some miniatures, all of the above. And again, I was among many other things. I was also again kind of reverse engineering the board game back into the RPG game, which again, that's what it was originally supposed to be. It's originally supposed to be an RPG, then it kind of turned into a board game. Now it's sort of starting to migrate back into an RPG. Which of course now means more miniatures, Camda. Now there's more miniatures. Valfair, the bestest example is, do I have them out here? Well, I mean, at least I have this. All of our Harad stuff. I mean, I've used acrylics on this. We've used many different oil paints, right? But all of the Harad stuff all looks the same. I think that was out on the table. Nobody would know that they were painted years apart. And by years apart, some of them potentially closer to 10 years apart. Some in acrylic, some in oils, and then even the oils themselves, right? Lots of different colors. And of course, with the files, we have to, all of these are test prints. Like this and the Lancelot we did last night, those are just test prints. And if anybody's ever done, well, sculpting, talk to a sculptor, they're like, I'm a professional test printer. Yeah, Valfair, that's what you become. You become a professional test printer. I thought you were a sculptor. No, I'm a professional test printer. So yeah, we're just here we go. We're gonna do a little different variant of what we did on this last night, and you can see, well, that's already, see, that's getting less shiny. So after we do some of the darker things in here, then we'll be able to get, again, rotate back around to here. But you can see the face is starting to get a little more commanding here, because we're starting to get some darks in there. Let me see how many times I had to resculpt the Galahad, like 3 times. No, yes. Well, it took 5 prints and several resculpts before I got one print of Galahad. Now, the bust version worked pretty much right away because, well, he was so much bigger. He was way bigger. Let's get some of this dark in here. There we go. Work in some more round there. There we are. Dark down in there. Dark over in there. Now, I haven't forgot about these things having a little bit of glowy stuff. I'm going to grab me a different brush to do that here. Let me try this. Now, let me just start with this first. Here. And that actually, Judge Dredd, this is gonna a little bit like what we're thinking of doing for you there, is we're gonna hit it lighter like this, and then we're actually gonna do the darker, dry brush stuff kind of over the edges of this here. There. Couple more extra little lights under there. Like you do. So Valfira, don't be surprised if you get like dozens of images at some point tomorrow, because I want to show you the ship stuff. We will see after the stream tonight just how well it works. Nice to see you there, Drexia. Now, Drex, oh, I don't think you had a chance. Did you get a chance to see last night's there, Drexia? I don't know if you did. I think you had a chance to see the 2D painting we did, right? Oh, maybe not. So see you later there, Judge Dredd. See you later. Thanks so much for being. And Judge Dredd, let me know how that works out for you. I was trying to hope we could get to this soon enough, like where you could say, okay, that's what I want to do with mine. Actually, no, Valfira, it is going to be that Sunday, right? The race is actually on the Sunday there, or have they kind of changed the date of it? Now here we're getting, trying to get the little bit of the dragon scale texture going there. And try and lighten you up here too a bit. And believe it or not, this is going to get lighter here. This we have to give this a chance to set. That will get lighter. This is certainly going to get lighter. Even up here will get get lighter. And of course, I'll be looking back to see, okay, well, how are we doing with our with this here? So there's still a little bit of shiny there. We're going to give that some more time before we get back into there and start to refine that. All right. There's again a couple little edges along there too. We needed those. Yeah, I was gonna say, Velfair, I don't remember too many May 17th Indianapolis 500s there. But we definitely will have a linseed racer of some kind. Actually, Velfira, now that I've learned a lot more about supports and actually Velfira, I've learned, obviously all the stuff I've learned in Blender and all that. In addition to, making our special one, Velfira, I am just going to also try to reprint the file that you found. Because I think now I've learned a bunch on how to do that. Also, too, the Saturn might be a little bit more, shall we say, equipped to do something like that, Velfira. Just being a much larger, newer printer, all that stuff. And Drexia, we also returned to completely flat Thursdays. Yes, those are now back. We will be doing completely flat Thursdays. And again, this is we're just working on another version of the dragon here. And again, I'm just waiting for that to be a little teensy bit less shiny right there. Because Velfira, like if I was trying to print these out the same way I was printing out the original linseed racers, these would not be printed out. Yeah, there would be no way that maybe some of them would have worked. But yeah, the vast majority of these never would have worked with the way I was doing things. So that could be interesting to see those work now. And of course, Drexia, we had a whole bunch of fun doing our Kathy Giro fig, and we already working on the 28mm version of that. And of course, we have the new Wapilius Spellbrush figure, again based on this really fun scene here. And I've got stickers that I'm working on, and of course, now the stickers have the magenta hair and the plaid here. So again, there's our Cyber Giro and Cyber Kathy right there. Yeah, as light as this is nowhere near our lightest light. We're just starting to get there. We're just starting to introduce some of that light here. That's it. I mean, it's just like what we were doing with the Cyber Cathy Cyber Giro. It's just different color. Idea is exactly the same. Let me back to this a bit more. There we go. So again, you can kind of see the dragon scale texture starting to show up a little bit more here. A little bit more of it there. I might even be able to, let me see if I can take this over here. No, let me here. Remove some of the orange with that fanchon. Well, it's Naphthol red, fanchon red. They're all basically the same. Windsor red, even all pretty much the exact same thing. That yellow. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna go refresh the medicine in a little bit here. Then we're gonna go. I don't think we'll go to the fast mat white, but I have to bring more of just the white out there because we've kind of torn through that. We didn't put a whole bunch out there to start with. We gotta replenish that, I see. I will drop down a couple little lights here. Then I think we can start to put some of this on the freehand on the cloak here. After we get some of this in here, one sec. Let me get this little light right along the edge. As Space said, thank you so much, Drexia. Definitely appreciate that. Thanks, Drexia. Oh, also, Drexia, we have several different. Yeah, I don't know if you saw. Let's see, where's it? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So this is what you'll be seeing on our Monday streams now. That's for our Monday streams right there. And of course, we made this special one for Cathy's stream. And we will have two different Cybertheria overlays. Not one, but two. Possibly more, but at least two of them. Let me get this going here. So yes, there will be... you'll kind of be able to tell what it is we're painting by the overlays. The one with Cathy and Joe, that was the trixiest one because that was very physically different from this one, and I didn't realize that 6 years ago I had basically locked the palette camera, the all this tip jar stuff over here. There's like 4 elements that I had locked in place, thinking, oh, that's a good idea because I don't want those to move, and they never did move, which was good. What was less good is that when I needed them to move, I didn't remember that they were locked in place, so they weren't moving. And that might have led to one or two colorful metaphors. Yeah, that might have led to a colorful metaphor or 2 or 20. Alright, I think no, we're gonna. Okay, fine. Let me get this. Ooh, wow, that is way later. We're definitely starting to establish some layers. Alright, here, let's how's about we get some of that also over here. Start to utilize a little bit of this lighter orangey stuff here, like we do. Maybe a little more thinner there. Okay, well, this is it basically gets cut off right about there, and of course this would almost cast a little bit of a shadow up there, and that gives us what you missed. Oh, that's right, Drex, you didn't get a chance to see the film noir that we did earlier, but we'll get to one again. But yeah, that film noir, there really did, it kind of showed the difference between that really super saturated, super warm color there versus these, well, like this, right? All this cooler color here. You know, maybe we'll lighten this up a touch more here. Okay, now we're getting there. Now we're getting, and then we'll get our lighter. Yeah, this is kind of a microcosm of what's going on over here, right, with all the toasty stuff. Drexia is as interesting as this one is. I can't wait for you to see the corrupted version of Galahad. I mean, he almost looks demonic. So he went basically kind of from very angelic to very demonic. More of our light along there, more of that light along here. Like so. Okay, let's get some of the knot. Oh, actually, here, let me just break out a little bit more of. Here it is. I swear I gotta remember to get another set of these. And no, I did not remember to get the, what the heck is that stuff? Oh, the resin stuff. Yeah, the alkyd resin. Did not remember to get that either. There's, I got other stuff that I needed. Not that. Now I think we can really fire in. There we are. Ah, that's fantastic. That is actually Drexia. The first expansion beyond these original characters. Gawain was, I was considering that as one of the characters. Drexia, so we would have Uther Pendragon, we would have Percival, we would have the Fisher King. We're gonna, Igraine. Elaine of Alsta maybe might do that one too. Again, trying to think of about, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 characters. But Gawain was another one that I was considering for the first expansion there, Drexia. I'm not kidding. I am not a kidding there. So I think you can see how the dragon face starts to emerge just a little bit here. And then we're gonna make these even more segmented when we get into the darks, of course. Come on, pull that out there. Over here. Over here. Grab me some of this, some of our yellow here. Start breaking that down. Because now we're starting to get towards kind of our lightest orangey stuff here. Well, more like yellow orangey stuff. Oh, thanks, Sledge. And again, appreciate you hanging out with me. Appreciate you hanging out. And so now we're really starting to see some of our lighter stuff popping up in here. Get some of that by the teeths here, like you do, and then we can put some of this now over here where we got the really. Alright, so even this is going to get lighter. Yes, indeed. Bring some of you out in here. Still not white. Light as this here is not white. And of course, we have also a little edge contrast going on there too. That's not just some of your lightest light next to a dark, that's also some edgy contrast. Edgy contrast too. Lighten this up. Starting to that sword's starting to look toasty, right? Bam. And of course, very, very excited about the starship stuff because we now have the hex experiment worked out, and we even again we have the posts, all that stuff worked out really good. 3 different sizes: 90, 60, and 30. The 30s, that's going to be for, well, small craft, landing ships, squadrons of fighters and bombers and that sort of thing. Support then your mid-range to obviously cruisers, maybe light cruisers in that mid-range. Some of your larger support ships, maybe a larger troops transport. I got tankers. We have tankers. We've got troop transports. We have cargo ships, scout ships, exploration ships, habitat ships. So this was not an FDM printer. This was, and also those. But all of our figures, those are printed out in resin. Those hex bases, much like our now again, these and the tiles themselves printed out in FDM. That's what kind of gave me the idea of printing out, my other stuff. But now I also printed these out in FDM. They worked out reasonably well, but I wanted to have some color on them, just like our dice here. So we've again experimented with these 4 colors. And now you can start to see here as we get the much lighter light here on on this portion. Well, look at this. This is going to make a big old difference right here. Look at this on his feet. Look at that. Been waiting a little while to see that too. There we go, and maybe a little bit more of it along these outlines here. Bit more of it up there. Also, too, Velfair, kind of, some of the different races. There was like the Gaia. There's they all of their ships basically are habitat ships. I mean, they bring their habitat with them, Velfair, wherever they go. And then, of course, we have those temple ships. And, some of them are more warship-like, but some of them are also literally just giant temple ships. So Drexia in the board game, but you kind of have to have Arthur. The 2 characters that will be always in all the, obviously Arthur and Mordred. I am trying to work on solo versions or versions where, okay, let's say we don't have Nimue out there. And of course, characters like the Green Knight and Lady of Shalott, they are not playable characters. Those are NPCs. And as far as the RPG goes, you are not playing any of the named characters. Those are basically either NPCs or I wouldn't say like demigods or something like that, but obviously the player characters. You're not playing something like a Lancelot or a Percival or something like that. You are playing I think I've got seven different character types. Now, the one experimental one is the fracture, so you can actually play a character that is already fractured by Mordred. And I developed that just in the case that, okay, let's say you've got basically like one or two people, and maybe they can play, again, those corrupted characters, and then the DM just puts them through it, through the adventure, so to speak. And again, this is not about XP. It's not about hack and slash. That is, I mean, there's a little bit of that in there, but it's primarily supposed to be a role-playing game. There are some fun little cyber creatures that we've created. I'm going to try and make this a bit like right underneath the sword here. Like you do right there. So I think this is even starting to get toastier and toastier and toastier, yes. Try to do some of this here. Again, more of our lights along those ends. Couple of highlights here along our stones. Like you do there. Ooh, you know, gee whiz, holy smokes, I done plumb forgot. Lancelot needs some of that too. And his eyes is there. Gee whiz, forgot all about them. Now, did we already get our... Okay, we already did get that last stuff over here, so we're good. You know what, I'm going to do some more. Let me try this out here. And then we're going to get our darker stuff in there. The Pearline Crimson and, well, first Pearline Red, then the Pearline Crimson. No, okay, then we got to leave that alone. Leave that alone. Move on over to this side. Let me grab this and some of our Terra Rosa now that we've got our light back here. It's about making that even lighter. Nah, a little bit more thinner in that again. There we are. There we go. I need some more light on his on the cheek right here. There we go. That was missing some there. This side, same a thing. Here. All right. Let me grab this guy here. Again, I'm just going to take that too. I'll just take that, yank that down a little. Now, where's me? That's got a little bit of the blue in it. We need to, I think, lighten up the beard and mustache a little bit more. Like that. Get all that stuff out of that brush there. Alright, let me go back over here. with some of our darker stuff here and just try to hammer out some plates here again to make this guy look a little more mechanical. See if we can do that. Mostly the Payne's grayish type color there. Where are we at with this? Here we go. Under all of these. There. Not just darker, but also making that cooler. Thank you so much, Drex. I could use a whole bunch of this right now. Thanks, Drex. And of course, again, here's that sneak peek again. All right, this was the very first little experiment there. This is a design from the 1990s that I made. Now we've taken some of those designs and extrapolated on them, and there's many, many more. So appreciate that, Drax. Thank you so much. Ooh, look at this, Drax. Look at that. That's not just darker. Remember, that's got basically blue in there, so it's kind of a Painsy gray that we just added in there. All right, now we're back over here. I wasn't sure if you have to kind of head out for the evening there. Well, now it is. Well, I was thinking it was much later. I forgot. We yet another early start. I mean, that ain't nothing, right, Valfira? I started, what, 9? I mean, that was 9 sharp on Wednesday. And now here again, it was like 9 minutes after 10 or 8 minutes after 10 or something like that. But that's still pretty darn early, right, Valfira? That is pretty darn early. Now, that's right. I gotta go the other way with this. That's right. That makes a way more sense now. Yes. Let me move this over the way here. So, thanks so much there, Drexia. As always, super, super appreciated. Makes a big old difference. Because, well, there's lots of things we got to get, like, well, constantly getting more resins and all that stuff. Well, now ink cartridges. In addition to all of the resin, now we're getting tons of ink cartridges too. Because we're tearing through those pretty fast. I'm hoping to show those off on that thing tomorrow, Valfira. On the council there. Since it is all about RPGs, ironically enough. It's one of the reasons why I started working on the Cybertheria RPG is because, well, all of my Starship stuff was originally intended to be, wait for it, an RPG. So it's like, okay, if I'm doing that, might as well just kind of maximize efficiency and hit both systems. There we go. Obviously, two very different universes there, but here, let's darken this down. Well, it would be that crew. Remember, I think I sent you those pictures there, Camda. So those different characters in the crew. You wouldn't necessarily be role-playing those exact characters, but it would be in that sort of vein there. All right, here we're again trying to make something. Right, there we go. A little something there. No, I'm going to take this is where we're going to take some of our reds and our orange, and we're going to try and build back here because we got a lot of the yellow and orange. We don't have a whole bunch of the red. There we go. That is gonna, because that's gonna fill out this, kind of like what we have here, the nice juicy red there. So yeah, there was all that compass rose stuff that I sent you there, Camda, like the star map and everything, and all of those, all the different species and everything. That's that technical guide, right, that I've been showing on the last several streams. Because there again, there's a whole star map and everything. Whoops. Here, let me get the red there. Where did that originate from? Over here. Okay, there then. And we'll get rid of those. Fine. So yeah, if I haven't sent you those yet, I'll send them to you. But I'm pretty sure you got those a few days ago. And well, you should recognize some of the ships that you see in those images that I sent you. When you see those on stream, you say, "Holy smokes! Those are the concept things that I saw not that many days ago." Nah, that's too dark. Too dark. Let me. No, that needs to be rejuvenated a little. There we go. That's too sharp of a transition here on the eye. I'm gonna see if I can't go kind of in between. Okay, there we are. Yeah, that was like either really darker red or it was that very light yellowish orange. Now I'm going to do a little bit of this here, then I'm just going to go again, refresh that medicine super quick. Again, thanks to Drexia for all the bits and subs and stuff. Appreciate that. So now this this starts to stand out more and more and more. Let me do this here. So yeah, okay, I'll try to get you those then, Camda. Bring this out further here. It's getting a little on the dingy side. Don't want that to get too dingy there. And now what we need is here. I'm back to some of the orange here. On either side of the head crest there. One there, and then some of it out here too. And then this, again, here's our like purplish blue here. To hopefully, there we go, kind of complete a little bit more of his jaw there. All right, so don't go away. We shall be right back. We're gonna flip on over to this side. We're gonna start working into see some of these lighter but also cooler areas. We're gonna let this stuff have a chance to set. All of this really nice, warm, toasty stuff. Let that have a chance to set. We're gonna work in kind of these areas right along here. All of this stuff. We'll be getting back to that in just a sec. Don't go anywhere. one of the things I was hoping was to introduce a little bit. Yeah, I'll stick with this brush here. Let me see if this will work. I don't know if it will, but I did want to have some of that circuitry type stuff. Except here it's got to be kind of fractured. So let's see if we can do almost like a fractured type of circuitry here. And that would just kind of be around our dragon head here. Let's see what we can build up here. Again, there's all kinds of undulations here, which can also interfere with how this is going to be, how this will translate. And that's where some of this is going to kind of cross over each other. And that's again kind of the influence of Mordred there. Because he multiplies the truth. And that's how he creates the discord and the fracturing. Because essentially everybody believes that they are right. So it tries to create many false pathways. And that's also too. That's when I'm trying to work into the RPG. And these also get some of those lighter orange colors too. So again, that's just going to come down this way, and then like so, and then down again. This one will go up kind of into that little disappearing edge there. And then also too, unlike the other freehand, you have some of these basically like dead nodes here, where it's just it just goes somewhere and stops. Whereas with all of our Grail knights and such, they are all about preserving the flow of data. So again, you can see now we're starting to have some of that digital aspect there. And as light as this seems, this is nowhere near, not terribly light at all. It's only because the cloak, well, is very much dark. So again, trying to make this as fractured as possible here. Let me have it go that way, connect that way. Let's have ourselves a few that just come down like so. Again, the whole idea is this is instead of continuity, right, and organization, it's all very chaotic and again very fractured pathways that go just really weird directions that don't make any sense. Let's hit the left side over here, shall we? And not symmetrical either, because again, that's supposed to indicate this again this very chaotic and fractured nature of the data stream now. Which is why again, so we have with our tiles here, instead of printing out a whole nother set of tiles, that's why we created the there's actually two tokens. There's fractured and corrupted. So it starts out corrupted, just like the characters. You can be corrupted, and then there is fully fractured. So you can be one of those. Yeah, let me just take that away. That line went a little wonky. I'm just going to do that. Yeah, it's like nothing the end of the world with the oils. It's like, okay, I'll just wipe that away and we'll just do it again. Not a problem. Oh, we're about to have Cinco Dos. There we go, Cam. We haven't actually celebrated Cinco Dos yet. We're about to have that, and just 9 more seconds. There we. It's chaos. We celebrate everything now. Anything that's five of anything. All right. So again, here's another one of these. It's gonna come down like so, like this, and then back over again. Another piece coming down like so. And then one that ends in a, yeah, another false ending right there. So I get all these, all of the freehand, everything that's on these is supposed to kind of carry the story. And if you recall, another reason why the RPG is kind of a thing now is because I was working on the audio, well, basically audio visual novels that I was working on for these guys, where essentially the character speaks in their own voice. So again, that's another false pathway that's going to lead over here to nothing. Another one that's going to come down through here. Go that way. I didn't feel like on the bus there was quite enough room for this. I know there would have been a little much there, because I really wanted this to kind of portray this whole there's just pathways all over the place going in weird directions. Bring that up this way. But here on the cloak, it kind of frames the dragon there a little bit more. So again, we're just going to have crazy, weird, false nodes and pathways on this. And they just kind of lead to, well, nowhere. That's a big old chunk of something there. We'll get rid of that. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Well, Sea Dragon, we've had 2 days in a row of dragons. There we go. It's Dragon Week here on the channel. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. I hope that Saturday was very fun for you. There we are. So yeah, of course the Sea Dragon, like I was telling folks, the RPG for our Cyber Thuria universe is now well underway. I mean, technically, it's always been underway, and since the beginning, it was always under. Because even at Adepticon, Sea Dragon, that was really what I was kind of working on. There was as much the RPG as anything else. Gonna have you come down that way. Now I think I can go a little lighter with this here. Let me take some of this and I'll start breaking that down. Might grab a little bit of you. Is he a firewall or is he malware, Camda? But let's see. Yeah, there's we have several different character types. I think there's 7 of those. Let's get these a little lighter here. That's fantastic, Sea Dragon. And like always, Sea Dragon, again, if there's something that you would like to post, things that you are working on or whatever, Well, and here's hoping you got yourself some fun painting projects too there, Sea Dragon. Hopefully some very fun stuff that you have to work on. So something like that up there. Yeah, this is very much not how all of our regular Arthurian characters are. Not at all like them. Because again, it's all about the fracturing and the corruption. Just at least as far as the lines go, it's probably as light as the lines are going to be. The little notes and stuff, those will be lighter. That's great there, Sea Dragon. Well, and like you say, there's always going to be things that kind of maybe as far as just an approach or something like that. You just say, I am more comfortable with this than with this other thing, and well, of course, by trying it, right, you're able to figure out which of those things you really do kind of which suits you better. To this light we go, and over here as well. So I think here, let me see if we can grab Arthur just to kind of show you again what it is we're talking about. So with Arthur, you can see very much organization, right? It's basically symmetrical, one side, the other side, and then here just wacky and all over the place. So that's supposed to be kind of it in a nutshell, right there. The difference again between Arthur and Mordred and Mordred's influence. And well, at the time, right when you last saw me at Adepticon, I had no intention of making corrupted versions of the characters. That was not even wasn't even thinking about that. It wasn't until I was working on the game, and I said, well, okay, if we're doing these, what would they look like? And just then I was. I don't know if Lancelot, it was either Lancelot or Nimue was the first one that I did. Probably Lancelot because the imagery was just so solid for him. I knew it was going to be the dragon imagery. And I said, okay, that means I got to make a whole line of these guys. And thus, a new miniature line was born. Yeah, you know what? Let me lighten up this a bit here. And we'll do this down here. Yeah, that's what we need on basically kind of on the nose. We're trying to get some of the glowy stuff from the eyes sort of reflected in there too. Let me get this side. Now we're talking there. A little later there, and now also here. And then we'll come back with that probably the Perline, either Perline Crimson straight up or the Perline Red mix. All right, again around these because we gotta break those up into more of a segmented kind of a thing. there. Right. Where's my really light stuff down here? And then we'll stop messing around with this. And remember, we want to get to some of our kind of lighter mid-range, but much cooler bluish grays there. We're going to do that. Haven't forgotten, I wanted to experiment and see if this was a worthwhile thing. It was very much worthwhile. Definitely glad I did this. Because again, this is as much about, it's not as much, this is all about the story. That's the reason I'm doing all this is not like, oh yeah, let's just drop some fancy freon on her. No, it's actually a big part of the story, of the character. And I was really looking forward to doing this kind of, again, very much fractured approach to the, now all the circuitry. Let me get this in here. There we are. And push more of it that way. Also, too, hoping that this, as we talk about the RPG, when you see how even the freehand itself is influenced, in addition to the other appearances of the characters, then the RPG stuff starts to make also some more sense. To the lightest, I guess, whoops, that was a little more thinner than I wanted on there. All right, over here. Now up here too. Blammo. Over his eye here. Like that. Couple little extra light deals there. Again, trying to make all of the circuitry stuff here seem more and more fractured. Okay, let me, ooh, I forgot that we needed to do that and just chuck a little bit of that thinner in there. I'm going to hit these, our not radiance over there too. You know what? How's about our fluoro and such too? We're going to get all with the thinner, just a little dot of it there. Where is my, there's some of that. Again, fabulous periwinkle stuff. It's just like a bluish violet, a very grayed down bluish violet. That's kind of what it is. Nothing terribly intriguing. The Gamlen Radiant Blue is sort of a light version of that. And it's listed as cobalt blue. That's the craziest thing on the tube. It is not cobalt blue. It's essentially like ultramarine blue mixed with white. That's what it looks like. Anyways. Working in a little bit of the, again, this kind of bluish gray here. And that's still mixing with some of the initial darker glaze stuff that we put over the top of this. I was like, wait a minute, we rotated that a little too far. Now, what can we do in here? And again, I got the two fingers on the brush. Again, I'll try and rotate this around where you can. I think you can see that. Yeah, you can see. Okay, I wasn't sure if you could see that. I mean, I say this on the tutorial videos also. If it's a part that you cannot see in the video, at least relatively easy, then it's just a part that I just kind of paint off off camera or whatever, because if you can't see it, there's really no point in me even bothering to film it or whatever. So again, that's our cooler grayed down mid-tone as opposed to all the super fiery stuff over on the other side. Bringing that back in here again, that all important ambient slash reflected light. Now we gotta do the same deal over here. Same thing. In we go, and I'm trying to get some of these actual detail lines in the armor, get those hashed out here. Same thing here. And that is, okay, that's not our fiery color, right? That is the non-fiery color. Cooler, grayer. I mean, it could even, I mean, it could still be cooler and have a decent amount of saturation to it when we do our multiple light sources. You'll see that a lot. You'll see the, okay, maybe the fire light source. Well, that's got the high saturation orangey stuff, and then maybe there's a blue light source or a violet light source or something like that, and that is a much cooler color, but still on the saturated side of things. Of course, with this stuff, see, with the ambient light, if these highlights get too light, then our glowy stuff's gonna look more like object source shading instead of object source lighting. So that's why we work on the whole darn thing. We're not just like doing one little part. So yeah, that's that whole little, I'm just gonna work on one teensy part of the thing. That's not gonna work with your source lighting. That whole, I'm just gonna have it, it's gonna start out really dark primer. I'm just gonna make it lighter, lighter, lighter. You can do that. That's gonna take a long time, because here again we started in the middle. We worked lighter, we worked darker. Now we're working much lighter. And guess what? That's why all this is less than 3 hours in. And then again includes this over here. That is also part of our no, not even 3 hours yet. 2 hours 40 minutes, and that is it. Oh yeah. This can you see it? Okay, good. You can see it. This needs some more. Right in here, and if you remember on the buster, I was even chucking some violet in there, like genuine violet in some of the non source lit areas. I was really hoping that this one would, what would you say, kind of really have a lot of oomph to it. Like with Mordred, yeah, maybe next time I paint a Mordred there, Cam, then maybe we do that same sort of freehand, not the dragon thing, but all that kind of fractured code and such. Maybe we do that on his cloak. Actually, let's grab the sneaky snake here, Camda. I think this is when we first started using pure orange also. So yeah, there's the sneaky snake. Oh, that's right. I can't wait for you to see when we start painting that Morgan Le Fay on her throne, serpent throne there. Man, that's going to be very, very, very fun. I wonder. I might have to come back into this with the, who knows, maybe even, yeah, a little bit of the Painsy Gray mix onto this here, I think. Nice to see you there, Ingones. Everybody, please give Ingones a follow. Ingones, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Ingones a follow. Because Enganes also paints with the oils. Come on, let me secret a little more of this here. There we are. Now this got to be, again, we're talking about that Payne's Gray stuff. I'm going to grab this over here. That's going to go in here. Like so. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Enganes just shared. Again, Enganes also paints with the oils, and Enganes, again, hopefully you get yourself a chance to do some streamings again. Now this not gonna be a fiery light source on the fingers there, that's for sure. Couple extra little lights in there on the knuckle. Now let me go back to my Payne's Gray here. Also, again, trying to take out some of the orange. Now, because we sort of primer painted this in the same vein as the other one, well, we had ourselves lots of almost like an underpainting to work with here. Where's my, oh, here we are. So, there was already a ton of, they say like in here, you can see some of that orange in there. You can see this is already there. Now up here we got to get rid of some of that red. Been waiting a while to do this. Because, well, guess what? That is not facing towards our source light. See how that changes that? Now we're getting into a bit of a color change. Not just a value change, it's a color change. Doing the same thing again, taking out some of that red, which is a lot of that red is there because we were doing our glaze stuff. And we just basically had a bunch of red glaze go there. Same thing in here again with the not red there. And now let's get some of this lighter sort of bluish gray. That's going to go on his arm now. That, maybe we'll leave that be. Something like this too. Pick up the edge of that, the edge of this. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, well, you know the deal. Why don't you post some of your oil painted stuff there? So Doji, I did some more digging in the garden again today. Each day I do that, it gets more and more and more, a lot easier and easier because, well, we're breaking up that soil right good. Yeah, that soil's getting nice and broken up. Nowhere near as many rocks and bricks and pieces of ceramic pipe and whatever else that I was digging up last year. Bring it this away here. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just posted. Like that. So again, that kind of goes from all the orangey light now to something that is much more on the cooler side. Let me turn this. I'm gonna maybe start thinking about some of the digital stuff on his face. Let me also get some of the orange around his eyes is here in a sec. Try this again. We're gonna get a little bit of a reflected light back in there. Not a ton. There's gotta be some back there. Like a little light. Oh, well, looky here. We got ourselves a blending brush to take care of all that. No big deal. I'm thinking I'm gonna go back with the dark here. Let me take the umber, the Mars black. More the umber than the Mars black, I would say. Look at that. We got some of the red up in here too, or orangey red. Yeah, I hit that with those with the Liquitex paints, the spray paint stuff. They needed that little bit of dark there. Behind these to make these really stand out here. And now I gotta just define this edge once and for all. And now some of these edges too. Those could stand to be a little stronger. And almost like that there's some cast shadows happening there. Where did that one go? Oh, here it is. We have been breaking out the Perline red, not Perline crimson, Perline red. We're mixing that with our floral orange here, with our florange. Breaking that down. I mean, both of those are super translucent, so I'm not making a glaze out of them. Yeah, so who's gonna be the gardener hero in our Cyberthuria story there? There we go. I'm gonna tone some of this down. Again, it's almost like a glaze, but it's not really a glaze because I'm just dry brushing this stuff on there. That's all I am doing. We're just dry brushing that stuff on there. Where's my deeper dark? Fine. Some of the Perline crimson there. I want more of the Perline red. That's still too much towards that really dark. Here we are. And then a little something right out here again at the end of the sword there. That's an edge contrast there. That's not just a value contrast. That right there also an edge contrast. Bring it here. More stuff right in here. There we are. Also hit that with that lighter bluish gray. Now let's see if we can go maybe even a little lighter here. And of course, well, gee whiz, it's almost hour 3. We have not touched any fast matte white. So again, that's some of our latest ambient light there, which is again a much cooler color than all of our source lighting. Catch a couple of lights in here. Let me work this up here, and then we got to make sure we get in the eyes there, like actually some of the mid-range to almost darker orange in there. We got plenty of the, well, basically the lightest light we can get in there. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Picking up a little bit again, that bluish light there on the top of the armor here. Let me thin this down a smidge. Same thing again. This a little bit later here. Catch some of the light along here, a little bit up there. Probably some of that needs it there too. To this we go. Yeah, like that. Maybe a little, yeah, a little more light there. Catch her light along here. There we are. Bingo. I wonder. Let me roll around to the back of this real quick here and see. I know. Oh, that's right. We could use some of this on our dragon here, especially out here on these surfaces. Start getting these kind of finalized a little more here. No, we're gonna work it the other way. Ah, that's it. Kind of try to set some of that the jaw a little more there. Same deal here. We're gonna push this out a little further. This out a little further. There. Also this. One more shot over here. We got that, and bring it out this way a little more. There. Same thing we were doing on the other side. Let's do that over here. We're not just gonna flatten this out and organize that shape better. We're also getting a little more light on the that whatever that spine is there. Now let's leave that be. Let's leave that be there for now, anyways. Now on these, we haven't really done a whole bunch here on this part of his head. We're just kind of left that alone just for the time being. Here, let me rotate this around so I can kind of see what we did there. All right. Now we've added all that light there. We're gonna actually go the other way. Now here, let me get some of the dark around it. Get rid of that red out of that brush. Where's my? Well, that got a little too dark, a little too quick. That's fine. Just gonna knock that down. Also, this too. Some of the things that maybe don't here, let's just get rid of that. So just simplify that, and maybe we put some more of our fracture freehand in there. So we're just gonna get rid of this stuff. Look at this. It's like we have an eraser there. We're also kind of smooching up some lines too. So everybody, again, please check out the Instagram link that Doji posted there. Doji does some really fabulous oil painted stuff. Alright, yeah, that tones that down a smidge. And again, who knows, maybe we do in a bit break out some of our fast matte white to do some of our lighter stuff. Yeah, should we sell a separate brush there, Camden, that's just, it's called the erasing brush? Yeah, we'll just sell a separate brush. It'll be the exact same brush, but we know it does something different because it says erasing brush on it, right? Doji, but actually it's a whole lot easier doing this one than the one last night, because the one last night thing, when we doing our tutorial vids and stuff and we're doing the freehand and I kind of draw it out on another piece of paper first or whatever. Yeah, having the bust version of this as I really start to lighten up these things, it was very helpful for hashing out exactly what we want to do with that dragon. So it can't hurt. I mean, I know it takes extra time or whatever, but you can just kind of take a piece of paper, a board, or something, and you paint your freehand on there. That was something that we found out years ago. I remember Kathy, we were both doing it, and Kathy would say, "Yeah, what really worked out super well, like say at 4 times scale." Then I painted it not on the miniature but on another thing at the same scale it was supposed to be, and I realized it doesn't translate at all. What looked like a magnificent castle or whatever in the freehand on the 2D thing, at 4 times the size, when she shrunk it down to the size of the figure, it looked more like Kermit the Frog or something. It did not quite look like a castle. Yes, it was a bit fell a bit short of a castle, and there was some what was it? Almost, well, thinking of castles, Imperial Fist. I was trying to do something on a banner there, and that was another situation where it was like, okay, when I was doing it really large, it looked like some kind of Imperial Fist whatever. When it got small, it just looked like something really weird and didn't look like anything. So thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Now again, I've got several different series that are going to be, some are going to be starting up, some are going to be finishing up. So the Starship series, that is about to conclude. We're about to film episode 5, last episode of that series. We're going to be filming episode 2 of our fabulous Arachne bas relief series. And then we're going to be starting. We got 2 of those mid-sized dragon series that we're going to start up. Yeah, Doji again. That painting on that piece of paper. I mean, if anything, I think there was that one conquest, really large cavalry fig, and that one was pretty wild because I also tried to paint it not just to scale, but also thinking about like, okay, where's the curvature of the shield or whatever. How is that going to affect it? Just like here, right? All of the folds and undulations here. Well, that's going to have a little bit of an impact on our freehand, wouldn't you say? For sure. Here, let me go back and get a little more of this here. Like so. You need a little. No. Let's do our bluish gray here. Yeah, there we are. Back to some of our warmer stuff here. Here. Speaking of warmer, how's about we go a bunch warmer with our orange crush? Here's some of that and some of our floral orange. Go around his eyes here. There we go. Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of yellow there. Now, oh yeah, that just right there. That made a big, big difference. Now let me spin him around so as I can see what we did here with the circuit tray on his face. Let's do some of that now. Taking our here's our Pearline Crimson. I went out. Yeah, let me try the other brush here. Let me see. That one's gonna be better. Might not be. That one's kind of. Oh, that's what there's a. Yeah, there's some hot glue on there. It's like, what in the world is on there? Yeah, that's some of the hot glue string. Let me try to reinforce a couple of my sharp edges there while I kind of get rid of some of the excess there. That's going to come straight down there. We have another one that comes down here. And then takes a little turn that way. Another one that comes down there. So again, this is not sculpted in. I'm just adding this. So the idea is that for some folks, maybe they don't really want that much of the cybernetic stuff on them. So in some ways, I don't want to say it's sculpted out of there, but it's not. It's just not in there in the first place. Now let's get the other side here. We have the big. Whoops! Don't want to be snapping that piece off. We have this right here. And then we sort of build off of that. Again, that sword is kind of directly in the way. We'll try to work our way around that. Yeah, that is. It keeps hitting me on my finger just as I start working on it there. Another one that comes down there. Down you go there. All right. More of my darkest red. I'll just try and feed it over the top here. Now under. There we go. Now let's hash out some of the stuff on this side of the sword here. We did the other side. Let's do some stuff here on this side. There's a little more than we wanted there. To the orange we go. Like this here. Maybe more the orange. I guess that's the fabulous pure orange. So see you later, Doji. Doji, I'll try to send you some pictures there. It might be a bunch of them, so I apologize in advance. But you're gonna try and get you caught up on some of the things that might be coming along the pikeway here. Try and get you up to speed maybe on those. So appreciate you being here, and we'll have a fabulous Sunday there, Doji. Fabulous Sunday to you. knocking you down a little more there. Kind of, a little bit like what I'm doing up here, yeah. So nice to see you there, Erda Michael. You know the deal. Why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? And everybody check out the Instagram link that Erda Michael going to share here in just a momento. I wonder, again, this is pretty much just a mid-tone right here. It's going to probably look super light up here, though. Yeah. Yeah, going to look very light up there. You know what, up here, here, that should be more of a brownish color, because that is actually part of his cloak. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. So great to see you there, Erda Michael. And again, everybody please give Erda Michael a look-see there on the Instagrams. Now this here is more of the, again, of the yellow on it. Naples yellow right there. That's a color we were using a bunch on the skin tone there. Right in this area. We'll continue with this. There we are. We need some of his mustachio and some of his beard there. Again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Artemilo just shared. Do I? Okay, good. I still do have my lighter yellow stuff active. Let me hit this first. One sec. Yeah, I gotta really break that down. That's getting kind of coagulated there. Yeah, these are all alkyds, with the exception again of the pure orange, the perline red, and the perline crimson. And I think, yeah, indigo is also a regular oil paint. There. Now we need another one of those here. Not up there. Try another little bat right in here. Okay, good. That worked out. And now one more hit. Let me see if I can. That's still reasonably active. This is basically about as light a yellow as I can go. Now, I think what I'll do, since it is 3 hours 10 minutes, I will break out Yield Fast Matte White, though. Big old clump sitting on the end of that, but let's get rid of that. That would not have been handy. Ah, there we are. There you go. So check out some of that Conflict 47 stuff there that Artemio's showing off. There. A teensy touch later. Let me combo this as on his other hand here. Some of the sword light does, so we need to get a little teensy bit more of that on his fingers here, and also the gauntlet part of the armor here. And then maybe a little touch more on our dragon scale armor here. Nice to see there's surface tension. So surface tension, yeah, we also did another dragon here, but this digital type stuff here. We'll just show that here again compared to Arthur and his freehand. Also, too, this really makes that ultramarine. Look at it, that ultramarine blue. But you can see how organized his stuff is there, right? Very serene, very symmetrical, and they're just kind of all over the place. And that is again the sign of Mordred's corruption there. And of course, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Surface tension. Share some stuffs in the chat. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. But again, great to see you. Surface tension. I got a whole bunch of pictures to send you, like potentially dozens of them. So my apologies. There's a lot that might just be coming your way. There's a ton of stuff that's going to be coming up over the coming weeks and months and such. Here we are. So again, I mean, and in some ways, part of it is because I've been working on the RPG stuff, and that means more of the story. And I just let's tell more of the story. Again, by breaking out the kind of randomized, more haphazard circuitry. Let me lighten that up on that side of it a little more. Yeah, but check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some more fabulous oil painted miniatures. Now let me get rid of that clump on there too. I'm hoping to okay, there we go. That might just do it here. Yeah, that got a little bit soft there, a little smushy. We're gonna sharpen up that edge. We're talking about edge contrast all the time. Sometimes even something like that hair, right, with a more of an edge contrast there. Surface tension, I could see that being a bit of an impediment there. I could see that for sure. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that so much. That is very helpful. Do I want to go a little darker here in some? I might try that. Well, let me get some of this lighter stuff because we got it on the brush. Got it on the brush. I'm thinking about it. We need a bit more of our light here on the ground here, like we do. Then we are. Now and then here. Break that down. Now I'm just starting to catch a little bit of light here on the edge of the. You know what? I'm even a little bit more of the orange, less of the yellow, more of the orange. Let's break this down here. Maybe that catches a little bit of the light. I think we need a little more back in here. Yeah. Catching along these edges here. All of these sculpts, these are my sculpts here. Made the base, just like they made the base for the Cathy, Geofig. Oh, and surface, where do we have them? Here we go. So I actually have 3 different base sizes, surface tension for our starships. Now, I don't know why the printer chose to make that all rough. Not sure why, but we have these pegs here. What I'm going to do is, instead of doing a Boolean operation on the ships, I'm just going to put this little thing here on the ships, and that way the peg just goes like that. So this is for the largest capital ships. Then we've got, this is our average uh, ship right there, and then we got smaller 30 mils. Now, I was actually I was considering doing a 120 mil base that has separate little pegs in there for things like the carriers, and that would essentially indicate that, okay, you've got, remember we were talking about that combat air patrol thing. So I might still do a 120 mil where we add some, extra little holders like that. Not sure if we're doing that or not. I really want to actually print out some of the ships first and see if that would even be helpful. And of course, everything just kind of keeps getting like here. It was these. I had so much success printing these in FDM, and even these, right? The various nodes and the relays, and I even printed our tokens on there too. So yeah, basically everything that I have. No, I didn't do the dice. Not doing the dice in the FDM, but all the other stuff. Since I was doing that in FDM, I thought, well, wait a minute. Let me see if I can print out my bases. And that's why I made them hexes, surface tension, so they could be flat. If that was the round BFG bases, those do not print out well in FDM at all because they have that beveled, that very slow angled bevel to them. Yeah, that's a disaster in FDM. But I thought, if I make these nice and square, and everything is a flat surface, that might just work out. And turns out it really worked out well. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, okay, yeah, I sort of like that. There we are. Yeah, I'm gonna do that over on this side. Maybe not as light as what I just did on that side, but let me do some of that here. To that, well, again, it might still be a little later than this, but here, let me throw some of this on there. And oh, that's right, this got a little verschmizzled here too. I think I stuck my hand in that. There. Yeah, actually, I have a ton of resin printing to do overnight. There's going to be a whole bunch of printers going full blast, printing out ships over the next couple of days. Whole entire fleets to print out. Yeah, let's stop there. And oh, this is. Let me grab a little bit of this orange here. More of that going this away. Actually, I still haven't had a chance to set up the laser printer yet, which is going to be even more necessary now. I'm really glad, even though I haven't set it up yet, I'm glad I got it because now I've got the Starship stuff to print out, and I've got the RPG stuff to print out. Should I? Let's wait. Let's wait on that. I'm gonna hit a bit more of that light there. Now over here we gotta get. Try the little. Here we go. So we gotta get the dragon scale stuff here, but in the not object source like color. I think we kind of did it on the other side. We haven't done it on this side yet. Let me do Yeah, see, we started doing it over there. We actually have to get some of our dark in there too. I will try one more little. And as light as this looks, this is a dark middle tone. That's like a value 5. Because this is like a value 3 here. And you'll see how much lighter this looks. Look at that. That's not white that we just put in there either. Not even close. Now over here, we go towards the dark. Let's make that a whole bunch darker. Let's carve in some more shapes and details over here. Camden, have you been deceived? I think making a deal with the autocorrect monster there, Camden, is kind of like making a deal with Sauron. Eventually, the autocorrect monster turns on you. Yes, it would seem that the autocorrect monster has turned on Camden. They thought they had a deal. Well, you thought you had a deal. The autocorrect monster just was it was just a bit of convenience for the autocorrect monster. Yes, they have been suddenly changed. And okay, we're right in here. Now that wasn't supposed to go there. Because we're again trying to get the this sort of transition point here between again the source lighting and then the not source lighting over here. Might even try to lock it a little bit more of the darks inside the shadows of our on the base there. This also too, gonna try and make this darker here. Yeah, that looks like it's that works. A little more dark over there too. Okay. Gonna see if I can't also encourage a little bit more of a yeah. See now that's how we got some more reflected light in there. There we are. Let's try to make that also a bit more cleaned up. What about in here? Tighten up some more edges over here. That too. Oh yeah, almost like there's a cast shadow being made there by our source light material. And you know, here, let me, maybe we'll just go with this level orange up here. That should catch some of this up here. No doubt. And I'm even gonna, this is gonna bounce off of here and then onto that. It's like bouncing all over the place. It's like a light ping pong here. Source light ping pong. It's bouncing everywhere. Yeah, let me grab this. Let me get this orange here. Taken there. So I got our yeah. We use this. Look at this. So I got that blob there. I'm gonna take that. Look at that. Look at that. That went from kind of like a a weird blob doing nothing to, oh, that sort of makes sense there. Yeah, that went from nothing to something real quick. Real quick like. This way here. Oh yeah, catch that edge too. I still got the darker stuff here. Let me take this, get that into our in the perline crimp zone there. I will make some of this lighter by making some of this darker, like you do. Yeah, Canada, there was some of the basing bits that I was really because we put them on Mordred. Well, I think that was another reason why I didn't put the basing bits on him, is I just didn't want him necessarily to even look that much more like Mordred. Because again, here's some of those fabulous basing bits that we made right there. That was some of the very first stuff that I printed out in that in the clear red resin. We're going to be using a bunch of that on those store ships. So wish me luck on that, Camda. I might. Again, my goal is to be able to print out. I would like to have the Siri Republic fleet and the Alchiba fleet printed out by Monday. Don't know if that's going to happen. You know what? Fine. I'm going to make this darker here. Come on, get up and there we are. Nice to see you there, Primus. Camda, I'm thinking, I'm going to zoom out here a bit. Yeah, let's zoom out a bit here. These ship designs, they should pretty much make everything else that you've seen uh, look like that one. Remember the nasty modeling clay thing that I showed? It was the mock. Well, it's like a little mock-up for the one Gondor ship, so that I could just get a multi-view out of it. Yeah, it's pretty much gonna make, at least I hope, anyways. All the other fleets you've seen look just like very blasé. We'll put it that way. So that we were talking about the two fleets, like our fish and chips fleet there, Camda, and our chicken shack. Yes, the Kentucky Fried Chicken and the Red Lobster. Oh, there you go. Yeah, our two spacefaring restaurant franchises, Red Lobster and Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm gonna throw a little bit of the orange on here, and then some of that over here too. Over the top of that, cut down a little bit of the yellow. So I'm hoping that they translate that, with because it's one thing. Well, at this size, right? Just like the difference between, well, of course, we don't have the 28 mils of these yet, but it's kind of different. You can't necessarily translate everything from here into that size. Although I am gonna, yeah. Now that we're painting these, I have to actually start getting the 28 millimeter versions of these sculpts ready too. And we're doing this in here, and just letting that mix with what's there. There we are. And I'm going to go a little further with this. There we are. And again, that's it. That not super light bluish color there. That of course, I would imagine that a film noir also would show. Again, remember what the first one did? And that was like an hour and a half ago or something. Oh, it's almost time for Cinco Trace there, Camda. Yes, indeed. We are less than a minute away. We're only 30 seconds away from Fabulous Cinco Trace, which the something which means nothing. I mean, seriously, it doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. But we're about to celebrate it anyway. Just a matter of seconds here. I'm going to try and get me some of this dark up here as well. Just a few seconds away here. Let's make this darker, darker. Yeah. And there it is. Fabulous Cinco Trace. 333. Doesn't mean anything. For some reason, it seems to mean a lot. Don't know why. But it does, right, Camda? It does to us anyway. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Look at that. See, 5 threes there from Surface Tension. Getting into the spirit of Cinco Trace. I'm trying to think, Surface Tension, what kind of crazy animation screen can I do that's along the lines of like a hype train screen and all that other stuff there for when it's that, or just a whole bunch of, it's just a bunch of threes. Just a whole bunch of threes get animated up on the screen, and that's it. You know what? I needs to get a little bit of the lighter skin tone on this here. Let me grab this. Is that going to be line up, or is that too much of a mid-tone? Let me see. No, ooh, look at that. That's another thing that I needed over there too. That was another thing that we needed on that side. Okay, very, very good to get that. I don't know, Surface Tension. I'm looking at this, with the new layout or the new overlays and stuff, and it's like all of a sudden all of the overlays are matching the color schemes of the ships, which I think is hilarious. Now I'm almost at, depending on what I'm painting on Monday. If I'm painting one of our different species there or something like that, even though it's technically Wampoville shipyards, I might have to actually make a special screen for each species there. Oh, there you go, Surface Tension, three-sided pyramids, otherwise known as like a cone, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think there were too many three-sided pyramids. But that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Surface Tension, a bunch of three-sided pyramids. Again, not quite. Well, they would be D4s. There you go. We would have 5 D4s popping up out of the out of the sands there. Back with there now the of course Camda that or Surface, that's a total. That's not being distracted at all, right? Do an animation, like dozens of animations for things that have threes in them, or 5 threes. Yes, that's totally not a distraction whatsoever. It makes perfect sense, I think. Where's my... Yep, that'll work. That shall work. We're just kind of using that as a bit of a blending brush, that's all. I'm just trying to work in a little touch more of a warmer light toward color here on the this part of his cloak here, also on the hair. Here, let's drop in a little bit of light there. Now we're going to take this here. We just drop that in. Look at this. Look at that. Why would we take a whole bunch of... Look at that. That happened in a matter of seconds. Why would I sit there and do a bunch of layers? Hashtag no layers. This here's oil paints, right? Surface tension. There we are. So yeah, don't be surprised if again. Hopefully we'll get to do our normal Monday stream, but there might be some wild graphics popping up on that Monday stream. Whether it's the Kentucky Fried creatures or whether it's the fish and chips. That was not what I was going to start with. I was going to be starting with our Terraforce stuff. But since that is the subject of the tutorial video, that's kind of being delayed a little bit. All right, there we go. There we go. That's the windswept hair stuff right there. Try to go a little. No, I'm getting too late on that edge of his cloak right there. Also, I'm thinking I'm gonna hit a little more light here on the this. Speaking of the cloak here, let me get this orange. Break in some of that yellow there, and this will be again back to a little bit of a dry brush type thing here. Keeping that very simple. Also over here, yeah, we kind of our blue kept hitting that. Maybe a little bit back there. Gonna try and also dry brush a little bit of that way back in here. Now I need to get some light. Which one of these have been using for light or stuff? I think probably this one. Probably this one. Might then go back to our freehand stuff. Well, actually, no. Let me get the fast matte weight out, and we'll do some of our really, really, really light stuff, I think. Here, we're just going to try and get some more little highlights there on the base, on our rocky stuff here. Just along these edges, right along here. Come on, there we go. Can't be too much thinner in there, otherwise, well, then it's going to become a pin line wash. And that would not be at all what we want there. Not at all. Back to it here. And let me do this. Alright, we'll grab the last bit of our weight then. We're going to break out our fast matte weight here. I'm tempted. I am tempted to maybe even break out the brilliant yellow pale. I might do it. I might just break that out here. We haven't seen it on stream too often lately. I did use it on the Arachne in that tutorial video. We'll certainly be breaking out again. That's probably be filming the next episode of that well, later today, because now it is Sunday. See you in a bit there. I do think now surface tension. I guess the other thing too is, have you seen any glowing acorns laying on the ground? Because we know that those are squirrel palantiri. Yes, if you've seen glowing acorn stuff on the ground there, then I would imagine that is definitely going to be some kind of sudden attack or offensive by the squirrels there. Yeah, so I think you might want to prepare your shelter there in advance of the squirrel attack there. Surface tension. That's possible. Catching a little bit of the light right on the edge of that. Okay. Also a little more here. This too. So have a good walk there. Surface tension. Yes, I think that's what it is. Who would have thought that the squirrels and the ants would conspire together? Secret conspiracy between them. All right, let me get that fast mat white out here. Where you hiding? We have not put this out. Geez, we're closer to hour 4 than hour 3. We certainly can have this out here. All right. Here we are. Let's break this down now. Breaking it down. More. And more. Not too much. So where's some? I'm actually gonna check out some Indian yellow, and I might actually use genuine. Where you at? I'm gonna use maybe some of the genuine Indian yellow here too. We're gonna use the heavy duty Indian yellow stuff here. Yeah, that's the Williamsburg stuff. That is not the Elkid stuff. Okay, the downside is, of course, well, you just extended the drying time. However, this is pretty much just the, wow, look at the difference between that. That's the Indian yellow mixed with the fast mat white. So we got an Alkyd and that mixed together. So essentially trying to cancel each other out. That's what we're hoping will happen here anyways. Well, that Indian yellow is trouncing the fast mat white, of course. It's like stomping on it. Let me see if I can. Yeah, we can go a little lighter there. This side for sure. Blammo, there we go. Maybe a little something on the edgy there. Lighter back in here. Lighter under there. Alright, now I will try to hit some of our middle areas here with first the lightest of our yellows here. Starting closest to our source, needless to say. That's about, I get a little more here on the edge of the armor there. Also might even start thinking about a few little areas of, well, speaking of chips and dips, there we go. Maybe some chips and stuff here as well. Something lighter all along here. That edge too. mean, if it's supposed to be metal, right? There should be some kind of glinting edge there, whatever's. And then, of course, over here on the ground, where it's the closest to some of the brightest source light on the blade there, we should probably get that lighter, I would think. Yeah. Now let me also, guess what? Put that over here. Some of that in the dragon's eyes is here. So that is our lightest yellow there. Really can't get any lighter than that. Let's get this in the chompers here. Maybe on his nose. Then we got to come back with our darker red there. Remember, we haven't forgotten about that either. Again, some of these little points here are going to get lighter. Again, that kind of shows the fracture of the Grail Code, the fracture of the character's corruption. Turn you back around again. Ah, there we are. A little bit of the kind of the flame stuff there. Ah, I'm gonna hit that too. Also here, let me drop a little light along the edge of that, and maybe here too. Not quite so much of the that light yellow, but some of the orange gets in there. Okay. Trying to get that all out of there. Now, let me see if I might try to get. I think we've gotten pretty much as light as we can get his eyes, but I will try one more time to make that a little bit lighter. Okay, and now here, these things here. Let's get the nice light edge on those. Back to this right here to really hit this really strong. Is nice. There we go. A little bit of the extra light along the edge of these. One smidge of right there, and now here on his arm here we need to do a similar thing right there on those edges. Okay, maybe a touch more there with the lighter yellow. Fine, we'll catch that edge too. Let me see about the lighter dots here on his face. Hit this one here. And then that. Okay, and then we'll leave that alone. I will go to the darker stuff here. Darker stuff. Pearline Crimson.
Who enters my domain?
As we also welcome in Daddy Count. How you doing there, Daddy Count? Everybody, please. You know the deal. Give Daddy Count a follow. So, Daddy Count, why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat there? Many thanks for the raid, of course. Now, here's hoping that, well, Sunday morning's treating you well. Let me darken this down a little more here. So we are working now on the corrupted version of our Lancelot character here. So there's, we painted him a while back. And there again, there's the corrupted version. And again, we're also doing a little different version of the dragon freehand. Of course, we did this one last night. So there's the bust and the miniature version of him. And of course, there's your dragony freehand right there. And of course, dedicate, you want to post some stuffs in the chat like always. Please go ahead, do that. Let me get back to the, here we are. Back to this, we're going to try and get, again, some segments here. Like that. And do that here. We kind of lost those. Oh, there we are. I'm also thinking of doing this too. Yeah, I'm gonna change that up a little. Why not? Change it from the bust version, just because. So Daddy Kilt, as always, with the Book of Wample states, less is more and more is way too much. And by less, we mean practically none. Yes, as little paint as possible means pretty darn close to zero. That's why we do all the kind of the dry brushy stuff, right, Daddy Kilt, to get going, and then, well, a lot of the pinline washy glazy type stuff. Then more dry brushy stuff. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. Hopefully that is somewhat helpful there. Got no layers, no how, no time, never. That's fantastic there, Dedikilt. Yeah, and Dedikilt, I've got, I was just saying they're going to get back to that Arachne series. And again, everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow if you could. But yeah, really, it's a extreme dry brushing, I guess you could say, Daddy Kilt. And we did like here. There's minimal amounts of paint here. If I do this, yeah, there's practically no paint that comes off on my hand. Now again, part of it is we're using the alkyds, but that also has to do with the fact that we've got so little paint on here. And that's just kind of something that happens with the practice and such, for sure. As you just kind of keep hammering away with them there, you start to see it. Okay, yeah, maybe. Wow, look at that! That Indian yellow is so intense. Oh my goodness. That should be very helpful right here. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, right there. Hey, Super, how you doing? Many thanks. Now here we'll show you again. This is the story, and you can see how the story plays out in even just the freehand on things like the cloaks here. Here, let's get Arthur back in here. We painted him. What was it, last week or maybe a couple weeks ago there? So you can see his digital patterns are very organized, very clean, very symmetrical. And you can see here the fractured version of Lancelot here is just all over the place. All very fractured. So the tale of two very different freehands right there. And of course, well, on our Cathy miniature here a little bit different in that, well, there we had a whole bunch of plaid. That was super fun freehand there on our Cathy and Giro figure. And of course, here's the non-corrupted version of Lancelot here, again with the dragon imagery. But of course, again, all the cyber stuff, you can see it right here. You can see here, instead of that being blue, you can. That's why he is most vulnerable of all of the Grail Knights. He is the most vulnerable to corruption. I'm gonna take some of this orange. Gonna get this into the eyes here some more. Let me try some of my much lighter yellow over here on this side. We kind of lost a little bit of that. No, I'm gonna go even lighter here. Let's go with this.
Little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, super odd. So I'm taking that this is not gonna be good for the Arthur guys right here. It's like, well, no, it could be good. Like I could just kill him and take over. It's like that's not really how I was thinking that should go. Now if I had something like that, maybe the Balrog doesn't rip my arms off. maybe he wouldn't be de-armed Gandalf right there. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6. Hey there, Stewitzer, how you doing? Well, that's half a 6. Half a 6 is better than none. If you had rolled a 6, who knows? Maybe you win a Sturlitzer prize, right? So thank you so much for being here, Sturlitzer. Appreciate that. Now, well, that Indian yellow really does make a big old difference. Let me get that over here. Blammo. There we are. And I mean, wait till you see the corrupted version. Where is Galahad? Here. When you see the corrupted version of him versus the regular version, oh my gosh. So here, obviously, more of the angelic Galahad. When you see the corrupted version of him, oh my gosh, he's almost demonic looking by comparison. And of course, all of these folks now on the corrupted side of things, they are falling to the predations of Mordred here. We painted him. I think this is one of the very first ones we painted after Adepticon. And of course, well, this being a board game, of course, too. And we're going to be working on 28mm versions of our corrupted characters as well. Here's some of our other gaming elements here, like our fabulous dice, and well, we painted some of the relays and some of the nodes on a stream a week ago. Here's again some of our fabulous tokens here. Yes, all kinds of fun stuff. So Stulitzer, I hope that you are doing very, very well. And now, Camden, again, I'm looking forward to seeing what like the 28 mils of, say, Cathy and Giro look like, and what Peleus Spellbrush too. Boy, oh boy, that little bit of Indian yellow there, Camden, I'm telling you, that was a tiny bit of Indian yellow, and it has really changed. It's really changed how this is working here. So Super Odd, I hope that hope that Sunday's treating you well as the day gets underway. Here it's 2:10 a.m. in the morning, because that's what a.m. is usually, right, Camden, in the morning. That's why we don't do names or dates or times. We only do words, and there's indisputable visual evidence. There it is. No names, no dates. That's it. Just words. We also don't guarantee just how good those words are going to be. Well, Camden, in Australian terms, it could be 2 a.m. in the afternoon there, at least for me, right? Because the person who lives on Melbourne time, on the opposite side of the globe. So Stulitzer, appreciate you being here. So again, that's to demonstrate again the fracture, right? That Lancelot is pretty much just again at the hands of Mordred there. Actually, the fractured versions of Lady of Shalott and Nimue and Gwenny and son, boy, they are very intense. Where's my? Yeah, we'll use you as a blending brush here. Just take some of that away. Especially given, right, Camden, that, well, generally after the stream here, it's supper time. Because, yeah, we're living on Melbourne time, I guess. Catch me a little bit more of this. Yeah, right along the edge of that. There we go. Is nice. Like this here. Alright, better. Yeah, there. Catch just a bit more of the light there. So yeah, this is what, well, I wish I could have showed this to earlier there, because that Indian yellow, the Williamsburg Indian yellow, man, the intensity of that is crazy. And by the way, this is all oil paints, all oils all the time. 4 hours and 4 minutes ago, this said no paint on it. This is all they last 4 hours and a little bit more. That's it. And since we went to go get medicine, it really is pretty much just 4 hours. I'm gonna yeah, get a little bit more of the orange in that, and now down over here. Man, look at the intensity that we shall reduce that slightly again with another little blending brush here. Let me get some more of the paint out of there. We're just gonna take a paper towel. We don't want a whole bunch of liquid on there, otherwise that's just gonna wipe this away. There we are. Again, so decal, that's essentially just, we call the old plop and push. We plop some stuff on there and then we push that around with another brush that usually does not have any paint on it. Can you see what we're doing? Well, it's kind of blocked by the sword, but we're getting a little bit more of a light down in there. Yeah, Stulitzer, like I said, after the stream here, it will actually, I actually have to wash some dishes before I can even make that supper. So now this is where we're kind of taking some of our orangey stuff here, and with the addition of the Indian yellow, that starts to also not just intensify it, but it also makes it a little more translucent, which means we can do a little bit more of the dry brushy stuff here. Now again, our next stream, we will be getting back to our starship stuff. So we're gonna be doing, because it's Armada Mondays after all, we'll be doing some starship stuff there, and of course, hopefully, featuring ships on our brand new hex bases, like so. So that's gonna be the big thing right after the stream, is getting to work, having those ships starting to print out. So yes, we are now 4 hours and 6 minutes in on our fabulous corrupted version of Lancelot. I think I've got multiple versions of the corrupted Morgan Le Fay. Taken, yeah, here, let me. So, whereas here is kind of like, okay, it's just the lighter orange, and then it goes to like a, or lighter yellow, and then it goes to a deeper orange. This is, because this is semi translucent, that is also kind of creating a little bit of a transition point now that wasn't really there before. So yeah, pretty much opposite sides of the world there, right, Camda? Actually, oh geez, Camda, it will be time to feed the angry orclings soon. That's right. Can't be that far away. And why they're always angry, you never know, right? Who knows why the orclings are always angry, right, Camda? They always seem to be in a bit of a mood. Alright, that's catching a little bit like right on the end of the coke. Look at this. 2 fingers on that brush, nowhere near that metal. Pharaoh, caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. So yeah, a little bit of, again, our fabulous Indian yellow doing some stuff here. About we chuck in a little bit more of that, but it's got some of the weight in there and some of the pure orange. Therefore, it's got a little bit of opacity to it. Not a ton, but it's got a little bit of opacity. Yeah, definitely gonna have to. Well, let's see. I don't think there's gonna be time for me to wander over to the store tomorrow. So we're pretty much just going to be scraping whatever the heck is laying around here. Yeah, just kind of whatever odds and ends we can lay our hands on tomorrow. And then hopefully Monday can get to the store. Yeah, now we're really, again, with this little bit of translucency, but again, there's still some of the opacity left. Like here, it's being a nice little transition between the two. It's meshing those together because there's just enough opacity to make it lighter, but then there's enough of the translucency to go over the top of our lighter color and just tamp that down a tiny bit. Now here, I want to see what I can do. This bit right here. Let me see, because it's just now become a much lighter orange. There we are. Now, where's my... Gotta break that down again. Here we go. And this has to come around that. There we are. Now, where's my other brush? We'll use this to do the quick little dark around the edge of that here. Let's get this back here. So none of that is actually sculpted in there. There were times here where I just kind of intentionally left things. If you want to have the circuitry in there, you can just paint that in there like we've done. I guess one of the easier examples to see it on here is, of course, our Cyber Gwenny. So all of those, the lines there, this stuff is sculpted in, but the extra additional little lines there, those are not sculpted in because I just thought, well, what if people don't want that on there? This way, you have the option at least of do you want it or not. Another little here. Let's reinforce this lighter line of yellow there. Another shot right there. Whoops. There we go. It's this pile here. So we shall see what happens with the combo of the fast mat white with the Indian yellow. What the I on the was it the Arachne one? I think it has substantial effect on the drying time. Ah, there we go. Now we got a little bit there on his shoulder. That catching there. How's about back over here? Now I think well okay. A lot of that fast mat white got just consumed by our yellow stuff. So we're gonna do this again. Here, let's do that over here. Oops, that goes back up again. Now some of the lighter non-source light colors are on the armor and also the dragon here. Let me do this. Get that out of there. Don't break this down too much. I think we're just about right there. Okay, let's leading edge of these metal plates here. These all the way out there. Okay. This two right here. Oh, now over on this side. Nice to see you there, Lou. Happy Sunday to you. So yep, Sir Litzer. Again, this the whole theme behind the corrupt, well, even regular Lancelot here. You can see again the Cyber Dragon. Even the power node here is in a dragon, kind of a dragon type shape there, and you can see even almost like a dragon claw. But yet he is more prone to corruption than the other characters, so he's could be the first of the Grail Knights generally to fall. And that is why we've got the dragon imagery here on his cloak, and we were showing Arthur compared to him and all of the very, shall we say, symmetrical, very organized, and very tranquil circuitry patterns on Arthur's cloak versus what we've got here on our corrupted Lancelot. Well, if you check out the Instagrams there, Stulitzer, you'll see a whole bunch of our Cyberthurian characters there. There's still more to post, and of course, well, we've got all of the. We just did a 2D painting of our essentially digital Camelot here. Let me scare that up. There it is. So there is our digital Camelot there, and of course, this was our last bas relief that we did. That's another one of Nimue right there. So again, this is for my own game here. Again, we're painting up the corrupted versions of the characters. Here, let me not knock this over. So this is again board game that I'm making here. You can see a little bit of the gameplay right there. And again, I think this is this has the I think this has the RPG stuff in it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this is more the RPG stuff there. Again, those are the different types of characters that you can play. Here's one of the archetypes that you can play. There's our relay paladin there, and let's see. Here is our. I think this was a Grailbound. Yep, there's a Grailbound right there. So he's think of him as again. That's that Grailbound would be something akin to our Cyber Galahad right here. So again, to see the Grail code is literally written into his armor there. And where's the here he is? There's their board game version of Galahad, and of course here is the couple versions of Nimue. So there is the board game version, and there is the full-size 75 mil version right there. And of course, we've been painting the busts and bas relief. So here's again some of the busts here. Here's two versions of Lancelot. So there is Uncorrupted Lancelot with the Spires of Digital Camelot. And then here is the, again, that's the corrupted version of Lancelot there. And of course, here is the Lady of Shalott, who represents the mainframe. And you can see that she sees Digital Camelot in said mainframe. So you can see it painted there in the fractured mirror. Let me get you back over here. And of course, well, we've got, we also have Merlin. And of course, we also have, here's Arthur again. We'll bring him out one more time. So there is Arthur. Again, there's his free hand as opposed to what we did on the corrupted version here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Hobby Metal. Appreciate that. Okay, so what's all these people with the super giant glowy swords? Why don't I have this little dinky thing? That's because you're only 28mm. That's why. Oh, true scale too, huh? That's a bummer for Gandalf. Let's see if Hobby Metal. Yeah, we have not had a 6 on our Gandalf 6 in a while here. Let me see if we get. Oh, well, we're getting closer to a 6 there. We're inching our way closer to a 6. And again, if you check out the Instagrams, we've been working hard on our Arthurian characters here. Well, since pretty much late February. Painting those like crazy. And again, this is my own universe here. It's based on artwork that I did, oh, quite some time ago. There just really wasn't any way at that time to do the stuff I wanted to do with it. Now, with the 3D printing and all that, now it exists. And pretty much all the stuff that I've been painting, gosh, for quite some time now on the channel is all stuff that I made for myself. And also our tutorial videos on the Patreon page. Of course, well, we've had some fun little side forays into some, as we call it, Byzantium Wars. And of course, we have been making ourselves some ships for our Middle-earth War at sea. And now our starships, which you'll be seeing again on our next Monday stream. You'll be seeing potentially a whole bunch of starships being painted. Now, of course, when we're not doing that, we also have our fabulous 1/1800 scale World War II ships that we're working on. Because, Armada Mondays and all. So let's see, there's the two Anycubic Mono X printers. There's a Saturn III Ultra. There's the Bamboo X1. So that takes care of a lot of well, some of our terrain stuff, but also, well, things like this and also this. So I made this, the plinth on a plinth, because, well, we need that for our fabulous magnets here. Look at that. Look at that. There's a... That is hilarious. These things really, these are powerful magnets. Oh my gosh. Those magnets are not joking, right, Camda? Let me lighten you up a little smidge more up here. Again, that is with our fast matte white up there. More of that over here. So let me see here. Let me see. I can unplug this, and then we can show off a little bit more here. Let me get rid of that. I think, yeah. Oh, that's okay. Those all disappeared. So let's try another one here. There we are. So again, this is some of the stuff that have been. These are some sketches here for the. Again, there's your different uh, character types that you can play. There's a character sheet, and this is another. So this is kind of your starting point here. So this is essentially where you get your assignment from the round table. Again, here's some of the characters. So this is sort of a bit like Nimue right here. This type of character, and this is the experiment. Not sure if this is going to work. That may not end up in the final version, but basically playing a fractured character there. And of course, here's that. There's the Grail bound. So again, think of this as sort of a Galahad type right here. And of course, just like in our game, well, the Green Knight can appear. Here, where's our fabulous painted Green Knight over here? There we go. So he can also appear, and he generally judges the characters. He deems if they are worthy to continue on the quest for the Grail Code. And let's see, where's our? Oh, there we go. There's our again. Lady of Shalott represents the mainframe. All right, and here's. So there you go. There's the Lady of Shalott there. So again, just some sneak peeks there. Some sneak peeks at what I've been working on. Some of the newest stuff. Now we were talking about the lightest light in here would be almost white, and this is it now. That's some of our fast matte white to really hammer home the lightest light there. Where's my here's a little bit of that Indian yellow. Pop some of that along here. Yeah, let's get this too. Same thing along that leading edge there of the sword. Closest to the sword, we should try to lighten that up a bit more. And again, none of these characters actually exist. They're not corporeal beings in any way, shape, or form. It is all entirely happening in cyberspace. The legend says that the once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. Nowhere does it say when or how. Dude on a horse with a sword, not going to do a whole bunch today, but given that nation states and everybody does seems to have a bit of a fracas going on in the cyberspace, that is where they appear. The Grail Code heals, the Grail Code unites, and good. That's where Mordred tries to sow discord and fracture. No problem there, Stulitzer. No problem. So Stulitzer, usually my stream days, Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, we'll be painting. We're gonna be painting another one of these, Stulitzer. So again, this is we'll be painting basically like a sunset version of this, possibly the moonlight version too, and then eventually we'll be painting this one right down here, Stulitzer. So essentially the fully corrupted version of our Cyber Camelot. So much more to come. Again, we're only just now getting started on our corrupted characters. Much more to come on them. Let me hit this a bit more there again. Yeah, just try to get some of our light there. Again, looks like 4.5 hours ago, we were just getting started on this here. We're just beginning. See if I can get a little bit more light on the upper lip there. That was more than we wanted. That's okay. We'll just knock that all back down again here. See you later there, Stulitzer. Look at this. I can grab that and just push that around. We will just push that around here. Let me try to get some darker here. Back on the lips there. I shall try to make this a little lighter here. Let me break down some of our lighter skin tone. Ah, there we are. Let me try a little more of my light here. A little more of my light here. Not go too light. Maybe we stop there. Alright, now back to some of the darker stuff here. I've got my umber over here. Let's try this. A little more of the dark around there. Ah, yeah. And maybe some under here. Maybe one last try at this, seeing if we can lighten up this lower lip a little bit more. Just a teensy bit more. Yeah. We'll roll with that. That'll be good. I can live with that. Indian yellow and orange here. So let's start to in here. Let me get some more of that on the brush. Is nice. There we go. Try that away. Oh yeah. Toning some of that down again. The Indian yellow and the pure orange. Very interesting little combo there. I want to try that over here. Let me see what happens down here with that. That does not affect the value whatsoever. It's not lighter or darker. I was just trying to affect the intensity. That's all I was looking for. I think it did it. I think it gave me what I was looking for. Now over here, let's just go with the darker stuff here. We'll take this darker red. Maybe it's a little too dark. Maybe just more of the perline red. Not perline crimson, perline red. Try that again up here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was... We needed that. And a little bit more here. And now one or two shots of something lighter here. Not a bunch. Just a couple little shots here. Something lighter. Take this too. Here we go. Taking it that way. There we go. Alright, and now we leave that be. What's going on with Mr. Dragon here? Opposite way here. That's a whole bunch of green right there. We don't want that. Now we're back to our gray. Is that too dark? Nope, not too dark. I'm actually gonna will break out our fast matte white again to hit a couple of these lighter surfaces too. Doing this stuff back here, kind of fading that a little. Now let's take, we got the fast mat weight again. Let's do this. Let's do this. We're breaking this down some more. Still seeing some chunks of stuff there. I think we're good now. Yeah. So you see how we're doing that? It's gonna create again the effect of almost making it look more like segmented armor plates as opposed to just well, scales. Try the same thing, same gambit over there. I would like for that to cross in front of that circuitry. Do that lighter here, yeah. Let's break that this way here. Now we'll take this stuff out. Make that lighter. Lighter here, maybe. Also, yeah, on the nose right there. These spines and ridges. Another area that could definitely use some of our light. There. I think we made this. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of these. Yeah, a couple of the armor points up here. Maybe we can hit those. There's still some of that original primer paint stuff there, Camden. I can still see it there. That is how little paint is and on some of these areas. Look at the same thing here. That orange right there, that is, for all intents and purposes, you could just say that's primer there still. It's not going to read that way. It's reading as underpainting. But that's what's fabulous about the oil paints, is that I can quite literally use something that's essentially painted primer. It's not just a flat color, and it's not a zenithal either. The idea was that I actually sprayed some genuine color on there and using that as an underpainting. That's something that we've shown quite often in our tutorial videos. I'm going to definitely utilize that on the starships too, since well, unlike our Battlestar Galactica ships were just, well, they were mostly just gray. Now the ships we're doing now are not just going to be gray. Again, trying to catch a little bit of light on the end of some of the hair there. Try and catch a little light up there, yeah. Teeny little extra zip right over here, where the sword is closest to the armor. Yeah, what about on the top of this? Here and some down there. Now back to my lighter yellow. Over here on the ground. Right over here. Yeah. It's got a little bit of the yellow in there though. That again is the Williamsburg Indian yellow. Super intense stuff. I think you're going to be seeing a whole bunch more of that on our upcoming Corrupted Cyber 3. Not all of them are going to have this kind of source light stuff here. Galahad will, because he also has his sword. It should be interesting to see Saber Corrupted Merlin, because he's pointing his staff kind of in a very aggressive way, so he's going to also have a red glowing staff too. Be different for Morgan Le Fay, so when we do her on her Corrupted Throne, it's going to be more like this right here with that greenish glow. Catch a little bit, yeah, a bit more of my yellow light right there. And I don't think we want to go any further with the light on the bay, even though the sword is pretty much right on top of it there. I think that's as far as we want to go with that. Now here I'm going to also not just lighter. I just want to try and sharpen. There we go. So it's a sharper edge there. Also now let me take my fabulous orange stuff here, which again it's not supposed to be later, it's just supposed to be a different intensity there. I'm gonna go over the top of that too. I was hoping that this could come out kind of over and be like that. There we are. Now this also a little bit for schmizzle here. Let's try to get here some of our Indian yellow into that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was okay. That was darker. It was just too. There was too much variation in there. Also back in here, I'm gonna take away some of the edges. All right, that's better. That's better. So again, Monday stream will be it's back to Armada Mondays again. We'll be painting up some starships. Let me try that. There we are. And like we did before, I will try to have this semi-reflect over here. So the light coming here, bounces off of that, and then onto there, just because. I think, yeah, we also need to have another little hit of our orange over here. Because that's tracking that way, I think. Yeah. Underside of this here. Another look again, hit of the orange there. Like so. Believe that. Oh yeah, it's a kind of a little too much of an edge there. And also, let me take some of this. First, whatever. I'm just gonna try and get a little something back in there. Maybe again, light is bouncing around all over the place. It's like light ping pong here. It is bouncing around everywhere. Yeah, we've got this over here illuminating that too. I think the edge of that finger should get a little, yeah, and also too, how did that get that weird light on the end of it? Also, we need some Either reflected light or maybe some more of a draw. Let me try the red first. Yeah. Too dark, too dark. Let me just get the pearline. There we are. Or the pearline red. Yeah. Oh, geez, even that might be a little bit on the darker side. There we are. Yeah. All right. Because again, this. There's a shadow in between the source light and that part of his arm, I would say. That somehow that weird little bit of light got in there. I think that was it almost is a bit like a pin line wash. It snuck its way down in there. Gonna separate this a little with more of our dark there. A little more separation, and now let me see if I can hit this even more here with the stuff that's not cobalt blue. That's for sure. Take this, and that's gonna go over the top here. Like that. Yeah. Also this here, get more of our bluish stuff. Oh, we're about to have Cinco Quattro here, Camda. Yeah, we're seconds away. I don't think we've really ever acknowledged Cinco Quattro. That's about to happen. Yeah, just about 24 seconds away from something that means nothing. As in, it really legit means nothing. You know what? Here, let me also put a little bit of. That's still too late. I'm going to get more of the Painsy Gray into that and hit that down a little. So there we go. Cinco Quattro. 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. I do think we are going to also, because we got to do our podcast, well, later today. I'm going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. We appreciate that. Appreciate all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, also the raids. We had ourselves some raids too. Again, don't forget. Yeah, it's gonna be that thing on Sunday there, Camda, that Council of Miniature Painters thing. That will be, I think that's something like 6 Central or whatever. I mean, I'm not. I'm just gonna be on there, and hopefully I'll get a chance to again talk about well, it's about RPGs. Hopefully we get a chance to talk about the RPG that we are working on quite furiously. I'm going to zoom out here. Let's show a few things. First, look at that. There's again the character, or the both versions of our character there. We've got the figure version and the bust version of Lancelot, and here again is the comparison of Tale of Two Lancelots there, corrupted and uncorrupted. So I'm going to think head on over here to whoops, there we go. Gonna head over to Tundra Crusher because I don't think I've ever had a chance to raid him. I think Tundra Crusher has raided here several times. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you hopefully on Monday.